Hello! Hello, everybody. To whoever's here, to the people watching the pod, hello to you as well. So yeah, we're back. It's this again. So what? I have some big videos to go through today, but I do not want to do a 9th day of this. I would like to move on and get back to what I am normally used to doing, streaming on the Twitch and stuff, which, by the way, if somehow you haven't seen any of the other ones, this is to promote my Twitch. I do live streaming. It's in the description of this. It's there to do that. Give me a follow. I'd appreciate it. But, yeah, today is the last of it. We've got videos to go through, and I'm going to be here forever. So, I'm just going to pull up the first one and not waste any time. We got to wrap up Togashi month. We got, like, a 30-minute Bloomin' to You video. That's gonna be something. And, we got, like, a 40, the movie video that I put out a while ago. That's here as well. The Ranma video, and then the Precure video, which, I mean, I'm like, I could skip it if I really want to cut corners, but it's 7 minutes. So anyway, this is Gon and Kurapika. It's the thematic breakdown. Yeah, so we're no longer in the month part of Togashi month. We have manipulated space and time to make this happen. But yeah, this is this. I don't know. I don't know if I have any other like context to give. Let me figure out the audio. Dramatic intro.
Well, I guess this concept really came full circle now, didn't it? Shame I never got more mileage out of it. Anyway, please bear with me while I reference the clip again.
Yeah, I do like how I had the thematic breakdown idea, and it just sort of came full circle.
Wow, it's almost like this quote permeates the entire series and this entire month of videos like some kind of theme. At the conclusion of the 2011 anime, Hunter x Hunter resolved the plot thread that had defined its narrative from the very beginning. Gon found his father. As if that wasn't significant enough,
let me know if
he parted
audio
ways
doesn't
with Killua,
sound very
the boy
balanced.
who had stood beside him for the majority of that time. His journey was essentially over, and for a subsection of the fanbase, their journey was too. Yet the story continues. The current
I like that
arc puts
edit.
Kurapika in the spotlight. And
That one wasn't a hard one to do. It's like, he's on like a white,
Yet the
just like a white void background. So it's just like, okay, let's just key out the white like a green screen. And I thought this is
story
cool.
continues.
This is clever.
The current arc puts Kurapika in the spotlight, and although this isn't his first time carrying the plot, it is the first time he has done so completely disconnected from Gon. For those who considered Gon's adventure to be the essence of Hunter x Hunter, this course of events feels underwhelming. Kurapika's tale is both structurally and thematically at odds with Gon's, so it's understandable why someone might not find the same value in one as they do the other. Gon's abilities are honed gradually, and careful consideration is given to the environments that shape his progress. His battles tend to be less grand in scale, but this allows him to more naturally adjust to his skill set. There are no shortcuts. Everything is earned. Kurapika's strengths, however, are born from the restrictions he places on himself.
Yeah.
He gets to fight high-level Nen users with fancy techniques of his own despite his inexperience, but it drains him. He seeks only efficiency, unable to find value on the path to his goal, and as a result, his efforts come up short.
I think this might potentially be like my favorite of the Hunter x Hunter videos I've made, because I feel like I really hit at the core of like these two characters, and I think it's really interesting the ways that they contrast each other, and it's cool.
One character achieves within his limits, the other limits what he can achieve. If
Good
Gon
line.
represents Hunter x Hunter's defining thesis, Kurapika embodies its antithesis. and while this might divide opinions on varying sections of the series, the contrast adds weight to its overall message. Gon's darkness resonates stronger through its parallels to Kurapika, and the latter's light shines brighter due to influence from the former. To that end, the manga continuing past Gon's meeting with Jing just further reinforces its core ideology, because if the good ending exists in the detours, what does that leave for the true ending? Desire is a key component of Hunter x Hunter, as it is for many other action-adventure titles. Without something to experience, there'd be no reason to explore. Without something to fight for, characters would stagnate. And in a setting where escalation is the name of the game, those who stagnate get left behind. Even Killua, someone who lacked a concrete end goal, had a friend he could aspire to, defend, and enjoy the journey with. Friendship, a humble desire, is the driving force that pushes him to become stronger. Friendship doesn't require a grand resolution, it acts as a building block to other opportunities. And at the same time, it offers a broader contentment than those opportunities ever could. Every adventure will have its lulls, every battle a before and after. But those empty moments can be filled by the presence of others. This applies to Gon as much as it does Killua, because even though he wanted to find his father, he didn't prioritize that ambition over the safety of his friends. He possesses a purpose without letting it possess him, a statement that holds less true for his scarlet-eyed counterpart.
So this is a switch that I did because like I had been working with so much Hunter x Hunter footage for this video that I was like, why, I'll mix it up and use the 99 anime because, like, on the one hand, it's very pretty, but it's also just I can do something a little different with the visuals and not just keep using the same clips over and over again for throughout this month.
The double-edged nature of Kurapika's desire is a focal point of the York New City arc. His clash with Uvogin leaves him disgusted by the blood on his hands, a small, bitter taste of that greater ambition. Not a useless kill by any means, but far from a valiant one either. Kurapika sought to annihilate the Phantom Troop, and he wanted to do so independently. But after the chaotic events on the night of September 3rd, that want was abruptly ripped away. This left him broken, confused, aimless, but a meeting with friends brought him joy. If given the chance, they could have carried him through that emptiness. But unfortunately, this brief time in the light would not last. The corpses were fakes. Now confronted by conflicting interests, Kurapika accepted outside help with the hope of keeping said helpers safe. In the heat of battle, however, his tunnel vision regarding the troop put Gon and Killua in harm's way. He overindulged in his desire, and that forced him to compromise on it. To save his friends, he had to let Chrollo escape. As for the troop, they sought to settle the score after Uvo's death. But in the background, the survival of the Spider was vital. Despite their business with the auction having concluded, they remained in Yorknew to find the chain user, a decision that cost them another member. The only thing that stopped them from losing anyone else was Pakunoda's willingness to compromise on the troop's vendetta.
Oh yeah!
And because she did so, her comrades survived.
Yeah, this whole point about, like, the way desire is handled, both just in the broader series as a whole, with, like, enjoy the detours along the way to the destination, that, like, in Yorknew, the characters, like, none of them really get what they're motivated to get, and I think that's interesting.
Just like Kurapika, their success was undercut. Even Hisoka, who double-crossed both sides to fight Chrollo, loses his payoff. The only ones that come out unscathed are Gon and Killua, who set aside their pursuit of Greed Island to aid Kurapika. Where everyone else receives some form of narrative punishment, Gon and Killua are rewarded. Not only do they manage to protect Kurapika's mental and physical well-being, but their ability to play the game isn't hindered at all. Because they didn't fixate on their primary goal, they were the only ones who sacrificed nothing. Yet when Gon is on the brink of death during the election, Kurapika isn't around to return the favor. Where Gon's influence had changed Kurapika for the better, shown through his willingness to work with others even after the Yorknew debacle, the latter had affected Gon's mind for the worse. Gon learned about the restraint and vow system from Kurapika, and in walking that path despite multiple warnings against it, he nearly died, an outcome which further reinforces the destructive nature of such a mindset.
Yeah, I don't know if I really will have much to add on to these points here. But this is an edit I really like. I think at this point I do some pretty solid editing.
Ruled by vengeance, the young boy resolved to throw his future away, channeling all the strength he could ever attain for a brief, unsustainable tantrum. Nen restrictions allow characters to boost their power by limiting their options, but the narrow focus enables only a fleeting power. These conditions undermine the core appeal of what is supposed to be a flexible, personal system. Because Nen allows hunters the freedom to explore and express their individuality, it also allows them to willingly undercut that freedom. The basics that lead to power can be skipped to make the training faster, but in turn, the utility and success of that ability will also be diminished. Gon may have gotten revenge, but it didn't bring him happiness. It just tacked on a physical price to the guilt he was already burdened with. Gon could only be rescued from his despair by the strong support network he had created along the way, but without such a safety net in place, he wouldn't have survived. Though Kurapika hasn't yet taken such a drastic action, this is the end result of his line of thinking, and if he returns to his bad habit of cutting off his allies, there will be no one to save him.
Ominous.
People are always striving for...
Also, just like that, the whole point about friendship in this video, just again, like with the Togashi month videos all kind of flowing into each other, you know, that just sets up the toxic friendship video afterwards.
More, replacing the goals they achieve with new ones. And it is because these motivations can be so fickle and disposable that they should not be revered above all else. The various story arcs in Hunter x Hunter reflect this, with conclusions that could, in many ways, be considered anticlimactic. The exam introduces a tournament bracket, only to jump ahead after a single match and explain the rest through flashback. The Zoldyck family seems to be a typical rescue mission, until the supposed captors just let Killua leave.
Ooh, okay, I feel like that the way that I describe the arcs here is almost like a very simplified version of my natural progression of Hunter x Hunter video. I feel like this gets more to the thematic point.
Heaven's Arena is ripe with initially unexplored concepts. Floor Masters, Battle Olympia, but after Gon's duel with Hisoka, the boys move on. Kurapika's dramatic death game against the Phantom Troop leads to a stalemate, both sides living to fight another day. Chimera Ant sees the main antagonist slowly poisoned to death, with the catharsis of Gon's revenge against Pito undercut through the inversion of the two's moral dynamics. Greed Island might appear to contradict this with its more traditional setup and payoff, but as a game designed by Jing, it naturally enforces his ideology the most. Genthru may have metagamed his way to the top by monopolizing key cards and killing players, but Gon's group actually explored the world as it was constructed, thus gaining the knowledge to accurately answer the final quiz.
Greed Island's so
Desire
good.
may have propelled Genthru forward, but only so far. When faced with an adversary less gripped by greed, someone who possessed ambition yet still took the time to admire their surroundings, he failed. Greed Island's conclusiveness works because its entire premise is a detour. It is primarily a training arc, with only a tangential connection between the protagonists and the main villain. For how directly connected to Jing the game is, one might think it would give Gon a clue to his father's location, but it doesn't. It transports Gon to Kite for yet another detour, and when Gon does eventually find Jing, it's by coincidence.
Yeah!
The fated meeting, hundreds of chapters in the making, just sorta happens. It's not even Gon's biggest concern at that moment, he's more overwhelmed by the situation with Kite. And so the true catharsis of the encounter winds up disconnected from its first impression.
That's a really good point as well. Yeah, the series is very good.
Once again, the anticlimax fuels the notion that the destination isn't the biggest reward. Jing's motivation is to grasp what's not in front of him, which means that his target is forever moving, forever changing. As a hunter,
you know, I guess even you could say, like, with Jing, like with Gon's core motivation of, like, finding Jing, that it's like, he doesn't, like, his whole journey is to figure out, like, why Jing left, like, why he was so enamored with being a hunter to, like, abandon his child. So you could also say that, like, Gon's motivation is itself kind of a detours before the destination narrative.
Exists to hunt. Even if a point of satisfaction is reached, life goes on. The weight of that journey will fade as its conclusion falls further into the past.
I appreciate that,
and so the cycle
Titania.
must begin anew. A desire for evolution breeds personal growth, Yet it likewise means people will never be wholly satisfied with what they have. The solution isn't to have zero goals at all, but to look beyond that narrow scope. The setting doesn't revolve around any one person. There's an entire world of possibilities to explore, so no one should act as if their own perspective and aims transcend all. Dwelling on the past might lead to stagnation, but focusing only on the future robs the present of its meaning.
Departure
Living in the moment,
cover.
making the most of the detours, overcoming the obstacles along the
I don't
way.
know.
That's what truly gives the adventure value. Because the top of the mountain isn't the end. It's a brand new beginning. So for now, just enjoy the view.
Yeah, and I think that's a really solid note to end the video on. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, I really like that video. I do think that, like, I guess I've never really thought about it, like, oh, which Hunter x Hunter video that I've made would be my favorite. And, like, I don't know, the Chi-Tu video is pretty good, it's pretty silly, but I feel like that one might be my best, like, core, like, thematic analysis, character stuff. Like, I feel like it's just, it all comes together really well, and, like, the fact that it's also tied into the month of videos, I think also is, just makes me like it even more.
Dark.
Okay, so then this one came out in June. This actually would have been the last video that I made before I moved away from home, and I moved across the country, and really kind of started my adult life, and like trying to find myself and personal, like, you know, personal satisfaction goals. I don't know. But yeah, so yeah, like, I know I talk about in the Bloom video, like, moving, but this was the first video, or the last video that I, like, fully made before that, and so it's kind of notable for that.
Darkness and light.
And of course, even this, setting up the Bloom into You, because, yeah, visual references, it's like, I knew what I was doing.
Darkness and light. Two opposing forces that are simultaneously dependent on one another. Without light, there can be no darkness. And without darkness, there can be no
Very
light.
simplistic
These
editing,
concepts
but I
are
think
often
it's
used in
effective.
accordance with some sort of conflict. Good versus evil, purity versus corruption, hope versus despair. They represent a fundamental contrast in ideals that cannot exist in the same space, and as such, they are destined to collide. Yet there will always be a space between those extremes. Ironically, the core of the black and white dichotomy isn't division, but unity. It's about reconciling the light and dark aspects of life and reaching an ideal compromise. Because regardless of how people present themselves, everyone has a bit of both inside them. Everyone has their own individual perspective that informs
Another good
their
little
actions.
edit there.
And because of that, the idea of a light and dark relationship is inherently multifaceted.
Just really taking advantage of great visual direction in Bloom into You. I think that edit in particular was because I made my AMV and, like, looked back at a lot of different scenes and really, like, took in the visual language more. And that scene in particular, where it kind of has two cuts of it. One is from inside one character's head, and the other is from the other's perspective. So yeah, just able to use that here, but that comes more into play in the
goal of any
video
connection,
itself.
be it platonic or romantic, is for each half to support and motivate the other, compensating for weaknesses and accentuating strengths. One character's trauma may act as the basis for comparison, but that doesn't make their partner a being of pure light. Failing to recognize that could be disastrous, as placing another person on a pedestal can leave their insecurities uncared for, their bad habits unchecked. Mutual trust often brings people together and lowers their defenses, which is why when a companion does something hurtful, even if accidentally, it cuts deep. The power of friendship shines radiantly in most circumstances. It is a beacon of encouragement that promotes empathy and personal growth. But, like all things, it too can possess dark qualities. Hunter x Hunter is structured in such a way that splits the four main characters into two distinct pairings.
I also think that with this video, because what it could easily run into a problem with, I think, is like, oh, a lot of people like to say that the power of friendship is kind of cliche and lame, but I'm always like, no, that's a good message to, like, convey to people that, like, you know, having connections and not trying to do everything yourself is a very valuable lesson to have in stories like these. So this video isn't like, oh, Hunter x Hunter is better than everything else because it does the power of toxic friendship, but like in this other way that I like. I think I'm just very good at just judging the story on its own merit. And, like, yeah, I referenced other things, but it was like to just have other visuals for the point I was making and other stories that do it well.
Both of
Oh, right, the Bloom Into You visuals in particular was from a did I happen to Yeah, okay, I did link the interview. There is an interview with the mangaka of Bloom Into You, Nakatani Neo, or Neo Nakatani, one or the other. And yeah, it was like her and her editor, I think, talking about the series, and they mentioned like a light and dark dynamic. And you know, one of the examples that came up in the interview was Gon and Killua. So it's like, yeah, that works really well as an opening visual there.
Which have beneficial yet toxic side effects on the individuals involved. Gon is introduced
That
as the
speech
sunshine
about
child who
unintentionally
inspires a
cutting
lowly
deep
shadow
cuts
like
deep.
Killua to change. His honest and open nature enables him to accept the young assassin without prejudice, and he even goes out of his way to bring Killua back from the Zoldyck Mansion after Killua had been coerced into doubting the strength of their bond. From there, Gon becomes the savior of light that Killua depends on as he continuously devalues his own
right, and this
importance.
video also builds off the last one because I talk about both, like, Leorio and Kurapika as an example of this, and also Gon and Killua. So, like, it takes the ideas of the last video and then kind of expands on it even more to encompass, like, the main four characters. Yeah, I like a lot of how I constructed this series of videos.
Gon may be reckless and
That they all
stupid,
stand on
but
their
with
own,
Killua there to clean up,
but
or
also
sometimes
tie
even
into each
prevent
other
the
really
mess
well.
altogether, they make a perfect team. Ambition and intellect, curiosity and caution, a brilliant balance of youthful potential, but only so long as the light burned brightly. For if Killua could not escape his own darkness, and if he could only get by off the radiance of others, he would never be someone else's guiding light. Gon can be a stubbornly loyal brat, but to flip that coin, he can also be incredibly selfish and ignorant to Killua's feelings. The dodgeball game is a case where Killua's dedication to Gon both physically harms himself and validates Gon's selfishness. But as this was a product of Gon's ambition, at least he would benefit.
Yeah,
when these
thanks for
conditions
stopping by.
repeat during the palace invasion, however, it's not a result of ambition.
What was the other comment? Adoring your artistic evolution throughout your output, and very happy to see you back. It's sort of miraculous how Hunter x Hunter seems to mirror your own trajectory as a creator insofar as its core thematics. Huh. Yeah, no, yeah, that's fair. Also, just want to say that your thematic breakdown on Kurapika and Gon is the best Hunter x Hunter video on YouTube. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. It's definitely, I think, my favorite. I think is what I've realized in watching it back.
But of hatred, you have it easy. You can be perfectly calm. Kite's death means nothing to you. Gon's inability to cope with his own darkness leads him to lash out at
Interesting,
Killua
like,
in his
filter
rage.
there.
And unlike before, no one benefits from this interaction. Gon chases vengeance and nearly gets himself killed. Killua's sacrifices for Gon amount to nothing when it matters most. The strict divide of light and dark crumbles. At the end of the election arc, Killua accepted Gon's gratitude, where he had previously told Palmony Kalgo friends shouldn't thank other friends. This demonstrates that he had grown to question his image of Gon as infallible brightness and recognize the faults he possessed. While Killua didn't consider himself worthy of Gon in the past because of this illusion, he did in that moment. Similarly, Gon's gratitude serves as an apology for his own misconceptions. Killua was not an empty void Gon could transfer his problems to, and Gon had taken their relationship for granted. It's one thing to rely on a friend for help with something Gon himself wasn't capable of, but he went too far. If it wasn't for Killua, and this is a truth he's shown to understand in his conversation with Kite, Gon would be dead. But that's what makes them even. Killua owes his life to Gon for pulling him out of his darkness. Gon owes Killua his own life after being pulled out of his darkness. So while yes, their friendship had a toxic undercurrent to it, it was also mutually beneficial, and by the end of the anime, that negative dynamic is almost completely resolved. Maybe not entirely, as Gon's Nen reset could be representative of his need to improve on his own, but he's also not in a position where Killua feels obligated to protect him, like in the Chimera Ant arc. If the bonds between peers are what guide them towards self-actualization, it could be argued that Gon and Killua's dynamic has reached its apex.
Yeah, I hope we get more Hunter x Hunter to see these two characters meet up again. Or even just see more of them in general. What are they doing? I need to know. Togashi!
Or at least something close to it. Killua is able to roam free with Aluka, no longer directionless, while Gon must find a new path to follow now that he's found Jing. They don't need to be in the same space depending on each other at all times to know that they'll always be friends. And when these boys do eventually reunite, they'll likely use the insight they've gained to amplify each other's strengths more than ever. And when they do, that's when they'll truly reach their peak. Leorio and Kurapika have a similar but still distinct dynamic. In a way, Leorio is to Kurapika what Killua is to Gon, though the context is different. Leorio isn't smart enough or strong enough to totally stop or clean up a mess that Kurapika creates,
I did,
but
yes.
he acts as a support beam nevertheless.
Like, the discarded one, the one that he, like, put out there just like, if I can't finish the manga, but this isn't the ending I want to go for.
Foolishness is contrasted by Kurapika's stern skepticism, yet it's his kind heart that keeps him stubbornly reaching out to the solid.
I feel like I can't really have much of a strong opinion on that, because it's like, without, like, I feel like an ending of a story is ultimately like the conclusion of everything leading up to it. So just kind of having it out of context doesn't really do anything for me. Like, I think it could work, but, you know, I'm curious in just what his vision is in general.
Solitary chain user.
And I guess it's also interesting getting an idea of what he doesn't want to do, because that could maybe even lend some insight on, like, what his idea for the story is, but, yeah.
Kurapika generally isn't as dumb or childish as Gon, but he still gets in over his head and overexerts himself at times. Not only that, but he's very aware of his own darkness, going so far as to cut people off to avoid dragging them down with him. This is what makes Leorio, the man who wants to become a doctor and thus lives to sacrifice himself, the perfect foil to our beautiful blonde bastard. While Kurapika can provide Leorio with the power that he lacks, something which really only benefited him in the Hunter exam so far, Leorio can provide Kurapika with the stability that his dangerous and chaotic lifestyle lacks. This is evidenced by his
yeah, I knew that was coming. That just I don't like,
chaotic lifestyle lacks.
I didn't check the script thoroughly enough. I don't like repeating words that quickly in succession.
Where he was the one taking care of Kurapika when the latter's adrenaline shut down and he inevitably crashed. In saying that, though, they are far less dependent on each other compared to Gon and Killua, and with Melody around to serve a similar purpose, it's not as if Leorio has to carry everything on his shoulders. One might call their relationship more mature in that regard, as they're both older and possess more worldly knowledge than the young boys, but that might be giving them too much credit. While Killua is ultimately stronger and more capable than Gon, the gap in their power gradually seemed to decrease as the series went along. Meanwhile, the gap between Kurapika and Leorio's abilities is tremendous, so there's only so much that Leorio can do. For as much as Gon might have insulted Killua at his lowest point, he at least showed remorse for his attitude. Kurapika hasn't been as extreme, yet, but he's still trapped in his own world. Killua does get rewarded for his efforts in the end, but what about Leorio? Even in the Succession arc, he brought Kurapika into the Zodiacs and made it easier for him to pursue the Scarlet Eyes. Leorio has given so much of himself for Kurapika's benefit, but most of what Kurapika has done since the exam is indulge in his own ambitions. He made the Dark Continent ordeal a bit less awkward for Leorio.
Love it when YouTubers put quick text and have to take 10 minutes to read it on phone.
He might...
Yeah, anytime that it's like up for even just like a frame or two, that's the most annoying thing. But it's like sometimes that's the joke.
Say that he's grateful, but considering his pattern of behavior...
And it is interesting that, like, you know, there's a little uptick in, like, the thing that people go back and rewatch because it's like, they gotta... it's effective, I guess.
He hasn't done much to show it. And in that sense, their relationship might be even more toxic than Gon and Killua's. If anyone deserves better, it would be Leorio, right? Of course, I'm talking about two characters whose arcs aren't complete yet, so this predicament will resolve itself eventually, much like Gon and Killua's did. Lessons will be learned.
I did get a little bit of a head start today because I'm gonna be here a while, and I wasn't paying attention.
Of course, I'm talking about two characters whose arcs aren't complete yet, so this predicament will resolve itself eventually, much like Gon and Killua's did. Lessons will be learned, and a happy ending will be achieved. Or Togashi will scar us all and kill everyone. None of this is to say that Hunter x Hunter doesn't...
Yeah, the question in that interview, and it's most replayed because people want to read it. It's, what'll end up happening to Kurapika and the Phantom Troop? And I think Togashi, just with a silly little tongue-in-cheek, like, they'll all die. Which, I mean, like, it could be true. I hope it isn't.
All and kill everyone. None of this is to say that Hunter x Hunter doesn't still abide by a
I got
more
good mileage out of that
typical
Chi-Tu face
mindset.
as well.
Jing's whole message at the end of the anime is about remembering to appreciate the friends we made along the way. So I'm not going to pretend that the series deconstructs this theme that is so integral to Shonen Jump narratives. The climax of Yorknu is a perfect example of real human connection being more valuable than the things we desire, and it's one of my favorite plot developments in anime. To quote the great scholar of our time, Hiro Mashima, the power of friendship isn't as lame
I
as you
didn't
think.
remember
For
that.
all the problematic or cynical ideas a work could boil down to, what's wrong with being optimistic?
I like the tone of that. It's like, gotta give Mashima the credit, I guess. The Nen show.
Viewing one's work with a concept that simple doesn't make it uninspired.
Everyone dies
It doesn't
eventually.
negate any other topics we might consider
The rave deep
Like
cut?
any other
Yeah.
trope or cliche, it's as impactful.
Oh wait,
and
this part
imbuing
here is
one's
something
work with
I really stand by.
ideas a work could boil down to, what's wrong with being optimistic? Imbuing one's work with a concept that simple doesn't make it uninspired. It doesn't negate any other topics we might consider deep. Like any other trope or cliche, it's as impactful as its execution, and I generally find myself gravitating towards action-adventure titles because they're so adept at handling it. Where Hunter x Hunter happens to excel is in crafting relations where unity isn't solely positive and doesn't solely lead to power, which I find fascinating. There are no beings of light or darkness in an equal partnership, and any bonds rooted in such a framework will inevitably fail to maintain that unhealthy standard. I call it toxic like that's unique, but all camaraderie can have harmful undercurrents to it. Relationships can be messy. They might start from an unhealthy place of overprotection or overdependence. Maybe certain ideologies don't line up. Sometimes bonds just break down over time. People are complicated, and I enjoy seeing those minor differences explored in ways that result in improvement, or juxtapose a lack of progress against something more hopeful. If there is any vibrance in a relationship, it's something that both parties must create together. And if darkness exists, it must likewise be confronted together. Only then can we improve upon our failures and move forward.
I feel like that's a lesson that, I maybe take to heart a little more now than before. Because, relationships are complicated, friendship, whatever have you. And it's like, sometimes it's not always, like, not both parties aren't putting in the same amount of effort. And so, I think how that kind of ties into this video for me is just, like, I remember at the time, I got some pushback for calling it the power of toxic friendship in Hunter x Hunter. Because people... I think, like, I was getting people saying that, like, oh, Gon and Killua, they're friends. A toxic relationship would be, like, much worse, or, I don't know. It's been years, but there were some people who thought that me calling it the power of toxic friendship to describe these four characters was not, like, the right way to go about it. And at the time, my thought process for, like, I ended up changing it to the power of flawed friendship, but at the time, I think my thought process was, like, I didn't want to step on anyone's toes. Like, I didn't have really experience with, relationships or friendships that, like, weren't, I feel like I had pretty healthy friendships, so I didn't want to, like, I didn't have that experience and didn't want to, like, I didn't want to upset anyone. But now that I've just kind of had a few more years of living and meeting different people and kind of falling out of contact with some old friends and stuff, it's like, I feel like I stand by the title, and that's why I changed it back, because I feel like I was very... I think I was very even-handed talking about it in the video, and I think that my video and the way I like scripted it and talked about, because like Gon and Killua and Kurapika and Leorio, like they do have unhealthy aspects to their dynamics. And so like, I don't know, just having more life experience, I don't have that same insecurity I did before about like, oh, maybe I'm wrong about titling it this. Maybe that was a little harsh. Maybe, but yeah, no, I feel like I stand by it.
Want to see this concept explored in another work of fiction? Check out Bloom Into You, a love story that uses that premise to recontextualize what it means.
Sometimes I think when people leave YouTube comments like that, they don't watch the whole video. They see the title or watch a few minutes in and are like, I don't know, like that's can be sometimes criticism that people, they don't actually, hear me out and everything that I say in the video. Use the power of friendship to change the title.
To fall in love with
someone.
It's
right.
Cute and wholesome, and one of my favorite things ever. Plus, there's even an interview with the author and editor of the manga that references Hunter x Hunter as the kind of light and
then using this to try and like promote Bloom Into You as well.
Depict. So you should read it and watch the anime and watch my video. Thank you for joining me for Togashi month. I'm sorry that I didn't have any more Yu Yu Hakusho specific ideas or Level E specific ideas. It kind of just ended up being a month of videos on Hunter x Hunter specifically, so I apologize for that little bit of false advertising.
It's like, that's a thing where it's like, maybe I should have known better. That like, yeah, I knew going in that all my that I had ideas for Hunter x Hunter outside of Togashi's trans characters, but sometimes I just don't think in the big picture.
It's not as if the end of Togashi month means that I'm going to stop talking about Togashi. There will be more videos at some point. I don't know what ideas there'll be. The important thing to take away from this month was not the videos I made or the videos I didn't make. It wasn't about the themes I discussed or the messages.
Am I setting up a joke here?
It was all about the friends we made along the way.
Hey.
And I've made some pretty strong connections during my time on YouTube, and I'm hoping that I'll continue to make more as I keep doing this. So stay tuned for more videos. Support me on Patreon.
Yeah, I like taking that in a very like wholesome direction at the end and personal. Do I say anything else?
Now that I've made a month of 6 videos, and we're gonna appreciate the detours along the way. So I'll see you next time. It continues, and we're gonna appreciate
the detours along the way, like being my gaps between videos. Yeah, no, I like tying that back at the... Because usually with my outros, sometimes I think they can be a little long, which is why I'm skipping a lot of them. Because I feel like sometimes they just drag. Like, the one at the Talk No Jutsu video, I remember being, like, several minutes long, and it's like, oof. But that one I liked. I liked that I kind of took the theme I was exploring in the video and kind of tied it back to the beginning almost, where like making that sort of personal connection with the material. And like, yeah, me making the videos, I've come across a lot of people and made new friends and stuff. So it's like, detours in the destination, power of friendship. It's all there. All right. Strap in. We got the big one coming up. Bloom Into You. So this video is the first one. So I wrote this video before moving away, and then I did all the editing afterwards. I might have even recorded it before moving. I don't remember. But yeah, this video holds a lot of really personal significance to me. I think especially like that, like in the 3 years since, I haven't made a ton of videos, and a lot of that time I kind of spent away from YouTube and kind of in a creative block and sorting out personal issues and things like that. I feel like the Bloom Into You video now really feels like partially a time capsule is the right word for it, but it just kind of like a landmark in that, like, I can say that I am not... Like, I have different perspectives and experiences than I did in this video. So in some regards, I'm not the same person who made this. And, So yeah, it was like really representative of things I felt at the time and very like emotionally vulnerable. But I think for that reason, even though it's like I've changed, I don't think the video is like dated in that way. Like my perspective might be different, but I still stand by this. I think it's very important that you do say Killua and Gon are toxic before Alluka. I get the impression Togashi wanted to portray it as that. To say that Killua and Gon have room to grow and love each other equally and non-toxically. Yeah, no, I think that's a very good point. That it kind of is like, at the end of the 2011 anime, it's kind of like their friendship resets to zero in a way. That, like, you know, things I said in the video. Did the author ever give the bloom I doubt it. I don't know. But yeah, October 2020. It's gonna be there's that Star Twinkle Precure video, but to me that the Precure video kind of feels non-canon. Like it was like, I think I made it trying to make more videos more consistently at that point, and then obviously that my channel did not go in that direction. So yeah, it's like this, and then the Ranma video is where like this one we'll watch it later, but yeah, it's not canon.
What does it mean to fall in love with someone? With no personal experience to draw from in the past, I would have said that love is a fluttery feeling. It's the magical moment when a character lays eyes on their soulmate for the first time.
The audio balancing in my videos is like not consistent.
It's two teens sitting awkwardly in silence under the moonlight.
Like for some reason this one was a lot quieter.
It's checking the weather report and puncturing a hole in the tire of your family's car to get Shirogane to share his umbrella with you on a rainy day because you're too insecure to just admit your feelings and ask him directly, "Are all straight people like this?" My perspective was born through the...
I like, another little detail I like in the editing there is that, you know, like the piano track is playing in the background. And then, when the Kaguya part happens, I pitch shifted it and like layered the audio over each other. So it sounds like it hits the wrong note right as she like punctures the hole in the tire. And then I just go off on a tangent like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's good.
It's checking the weather report and puncturing a hole in the tire of your family's car to get Shirogane to share his umbrella with you on a rainy day.
And yeah, like the like, are all straight people like this joke is like, it's silly. It's clearly like tongue in cheek.
Admit your feelings and ask him directly, "Are all straight people like this?"
Because it's like, I think everyone can be like that on some level.
My perspective was born through the media I consumed and the people I observed in my personal life. But as I gradually came into adulthood, the gap between these established expectations and my actual lived experiences continued
That's
to grow.
another good point.
Where I would often see others fall in and out of love frequently, and where many stories would just assume the development of attraction as a given, I was still waiting to be struck by it. And when that did finally happen, it wasn't anything remotely resembling what I had anticipated. It was around this time that I found Bloom and...
The clip I used there is really interesting, actually, because I feel like with the relationship I'm in now, like, us watching Monogatari together is definitely, like, the series has taken on more significance to me, and that scene in particular is one that, like, at the time I put it there as, like, oh, I don't really... resonate with these portrayals. But even, like, what I was saying as it was, like, that was the visual, I'm like, huh, yeah.
You. And because of it, I took a serious interest in the concept of aromanticism. This idea that I might have simply lacked the ability to perceive romantic attraction entirely seemed closer to the truth than the self-image I had created through past observations. Some of you may have even watched my original video posted right as the anime was wrapping up, in which I tried to dig into this topic. It's not perfect, in fact it barely scratches the surface of the matter, but it meant everything to me at the time.
Just
I had
like
finally
this
found
video.
an answer for why I wasn't falling in love with anyone. For why I couldn't relate to romantic media. For why I didn't understand dating, or flirting, or sex appeal. After years of general confusion and feeling excluded from this all-inclusive club people called romance, I finally figured out why I didn't fit in, and why I would always be alone.
I like the excluded from this all-inclusive club known as romance. Like, I think that's I don't know. I think that's a good line.
So, why did that make me feel...
Because it's like, oh, love is for everybody, but then there are people who are aromantic and don't really feel connections with people in that way. And, so yeah, I think that's an interesting way of putting it.
Empty. Why then?
Even if it's like, I myself, I don't think I identified as aromantic at the time of making this, and I think that's kind of part of what I dig into in the video, but obviously I don't now either. People just experience love differently, and for me, I just had a lot of internalized self-hatred and insecurities to work through to, I think part of it is like you have to love yourself in order to love other people in a way. And, so yeah, that's kind of, I think, things I've learned in the years that followed.
So, why did that make me feel empty? Why then was I still sad?
This video, we got parts to it.
女の人であんな風に突然奪われて嫌だって思うものじゃない？もし嫌じゃないのなら
Oh yeah, asexuality as well. I know this video is definitely more aimed at the romance specifically, but yeah, like sexual attraction is its own sort of complex web of things.
初めてのキス何も感じなかった
Yeah,
if you've
yeah, that's
seen
a good
that
edit.
Past Bloom project, some of what I'm about to say might sound familiar, but for the sake of painting a more complete picture in this piece, I need to revisit that material. In the past, I said that I read Koito Yu as aromantic, and that Maki, her classmate, contrasted her as the theoretical notion of a complete lack of attraction. In a sense, that's correct,
Theoretical
but
notion.
it's a rather black and white way of framing the discussion. While many of Yu's hang-ups act as effective visualizations for what going through the motions without the spark is like, her mentality is what ultimately distinguishes her from an aro person. In the opening shot, she reaches for a light she can't grasp, symbolic of the
also
dazzling
thank you,
love
Alejandro,
portrayed in
for the
shoujo manga
compliment
and
on the
song
Bloom
lyrics
videos.
that
I
she doesn't
appreciate it.
possess within herself. Directly engaging with this emotion she doesn't feel only reminds her that she's numb to it, her actions exposing a dark, cold, colorless void in her heart. This anxiety arises from the contrast between idealized social expectations and her own reality. She anticipates the fluttery feeling that most seem to experience easily, doesn't get it, then feels obligated to develop the feeling in line with her peers. Her apathy isn't sourced from trauma or anything hostile, it's just part of her personality. Not only is Yu stated to be indecisive several times throughout the story, but she's also considered a very tolerant and stubborn person, so it would be reasonable to assume that her dealings with romance tie into that. When she gets begrudgingly dragged into something, like her middle school baseball team, she commits wholeheartedly to it. So much like how Nanami Toko flips from loving no one to loving the one person who also claims to not experience love, Yu develops an interest in Toko as someone who could potentially draw love out of herself. The fact that she wants to experience the other side of that affection is enough to show that she is capable of it. But there's a disconnect. Where Toko's love is quick, Yu's is a slow burn. She has to work for it. And because she wants to know love, she's all the more determined to see where Toko's flirting leads her. This is where I stand by my original video in saying that Yu's arc works as a strong jumping off point for discussions of aromanticism. Like many things, however, romantic feelings are not a binary, and failing to account for this spectrum led me to oversimplify my conclusion. This is what makes Maki's role as Yu's foil so valuable. He is the
I think, like, going through this Yu section in particular, it does feel very indicative of, like, even if it's not a perspective that I really... like, my feelings have evolved over time, but I do think this video is still at the very least representative of, like, my, like, growing up and becoming an adult, and then kind of how I felt throughout that period of time.
In a theater, the fan in the stands of a sports
Because, like,
game.
even some of the things that I'm saying now do still resonate with me, even if it's, like, I have different experiences since.
He doesn't desire affection for or from others, and he's not repulsed by his peers expressing attachment to each other so long as he's not involved. If anything, he admires people who can do what he can't, supporting them from the sidelines without contempt or jealousy. He doesn't mind being out of the loop, and the story doesn't demonize him for this. He isn't treated like a broken person who needs to be fixed. He doesn't get forced into a relationship. He's just a dude. And while his lack of attraction is used as a narrative tool, it's never portrayed as a negative trait. The only time he's ever cast in a potentially harmful light is when he accidentally discovers Yu and Toko's secret.
Yeah, no,
which leads
Maki's
Yu to
very
fear
good.
he might out them and damage Toko's reputation. Thankfully, though, this never comes to pass, because Maki isn't manipulative. He's a kind friend, someone comfortable with who he is, and without his advice, Yu might not have gotten her happy ending. The scene at the batting cages in Chapter 39 is one I come back to a lot. After Yu finally opens up to her emotions and upends her prior dynamic with Toko, she tries to retreat from the pain of what she assumes is rejection.
This is a good
She figures
scene.
she should just try to enjoy love as a spectator.
God, I want a
It's
season
not something
2.
for her after all. But in saying what she does, she trivializes Maki's perspective. After striking out, she pretends she can just take a seat in the stands as if she never played. But what does that say of the people in the stands? What does that say of the other players? This scene is part of why I wanted to readdress aromanticism in this video, because when Maki tells Yu that they are not the same, he also seems to say, "My way of life is not something you can just escape to. It is not a solution to your problem." Aro people experience their own type of erasure when they're told things like, "You just haven't found the right person. You'll fall in love one day." Someone running away from their emotions after a big rejection by simply saying, "I can just be the same as you," sounds like an insult to the unique struggles of Aro people. And that's exactly what I feel like I've been doing. Maki is aromantic, that much is obvious. But to say that Yu is just as Aro as Maki is clearly wrong.
Yeah, and I think that's a really... I'm really glad that I kind of... that's not a thing that I feel like anyone else would hold me to, but I kind of like the emotional honesty and kind of owning up to how I sort of felt in the past and how, it could potentially... Yeah, I don't know. And just tying that through Yu, it's
Or
good.
to this mistaken judgment was my own identity, and the fact that I kinda project onto the cast of Bloom into Yu, maybe a little more than kinda.
Visual
At the
comedy.
time, aromanticism was still fairly new to me, and Yu was a character who faced a similar barrier to love as I did. So
Also, a thread that maybe kind of connects this video to the Ranma video in a way, is that, like, both of them kind of talk about characters that on some level I sort of project myself onto in a way, but like looking at them from like a lens of like, yeah, maybe I project onto these characters, but it's like good to, ultimately I have to be my own person. And, so I'm still able to kind of like appreciate Yu on her own merits and not just how I tie into things. And I mean, with Ranma, we'll get to that in the Ranma video, but that's just sort of the note that video ends on, I think.
fairly new to me, and Yu was a character who faced a similar barrier to love as I did. So if I had believed myself to be Aro, and Yu was the character who led me to that realization, surely she must be Aro as well.
I think it's also just a good point about, media is as much the experiences we bring into it as the media itself. And, I still sometimes kind of feel this way with Hunter x Hunter, where, like, it's been my favorite anime pretty much as long as I've had a favorite anime. And so when I see people, like, being disrespectful to it, or just kind of slandering it, or something along those lines, sometimes it's hard for me to remember to take a step back and not take it personally, because it's just, like, I feel so attached to the material. And it's a series that kind of my relationship with has evolved over time. It's kind of been a constant. It's always been there. And so the same with Yu here, that like, how much I project onto the character or the series. It's important to like have at least like a layer of separation there, that it's like, this character is not me. If someone doesn't like this character or this series, it's like, it's not a slight against me personally.
But that was merely the first stage of my journey. 13 anime episodes had flipped my worldview on its head, but I had yet to properly realign that vision. Now that I understand myself better,
More good
I'm able
visuals
to correct
there.
that bias and take the conversation vision. Now that I understand my
'Cause,
worldview
like-
on its head.
Yeah, like, what I'm doing here by layering these on top of each other is sort of like, I explore it more in the Toko section, that it's like, I relate to both of these characters in kind of conflicting ways, so it's like, I'm not really either of them. And so kind of laying them over each other like this, one, calls attention to more, like, really good visual direction in the Bloom Into You anime, but then also, narratively.
But I had yet to properly realign that vision. Now that I understand myself better, I'm able to correct that bias and take the conversation further.
Have I thought about making One Piece videos? Like, it's possible. I wouldn't rule it out. I feel like, there was one arc that I think I had an idea of making a video for, but I don't know. I'm not sure if it'll happen. I feel like there are just, like, the ideas that I do want to explore in future scripts, I just don't think, at the moment, One Piece is a series that, like, for as much as I really enjoy it, I just don't have any, like, ideas of, like, yeah, I think this would be good for me specifically to talk about, if that makes sense.
Of course, saying that Yu is capable of feeling romantic attraction does not mean she can't still be some shade of gray arrow. If I was really committed to labels, I'd say that demi-romantic would be more applicable to what we see of Yu, and some of my commenters would agree. In the beginning, she doesn't reciprocate Toko's feelings, but as Yu warms up to her, feelings begin to bloom. She takes note of Toko's appearance, but it's not the primary
I like
detail
this
she
edit as
invests
well,
in.
like taking the manga panels and then just slapping them onto, like, so if I'm not using the audio, I can still, like, I don't know, I like that little visual detail.
Without first building an emotion.
And it's not, I think that's like the only time I've done it at the moment, and it's an edit I would like to do more if there's ever, like, an opportunity.
A bridge between herself and Toko, Yu cannot recognize that affection exists, let alone how she should handle it. That's also how I would describe myself, though I've grown to realize this is one of those cases where having a label for how I feel doesn't really help me understand or convey how I feel. There was a point when knowing of such labels exposed me to new ways of thinking, but now I've had time to process that knowledge. Terms like transgender and asexual cut to the heart of things I can't always explain.
Nope, not really asexual anymore. Trans, yes. And I also, like, yeah, this discussion about, like, demi-romanticism and kind of getting more specific with labels, I would say I still agree with the point I have here that, like, it might be accurate to how I kind of connect to people, that, like, I can't really get romantically attached to someone unless I've, like, been friends with them first. I can't just, like, want that sort of relationship with a complete stranger, I guess. But, like, to a certain point, it's like labels only can mean as much as, like, for me, it's like I wouldn't call myself demi-romantic because it's just not really a label that, like, resonates with me, I guess. Not that it's a bad label, but it's just I would prefer to, not use the shorthand in that case, if that makes sense. So I still agree with that.
But demi-romantic? I guess it's accurate, but personally it doesn't carry much weight. I think it's just easier to say I struggle with making connections, platonic or otherwise. I want to be liked by everyone, but I'm always putting barriers between myself and others. There are some people who I've interacted with for years that I've never become mutuals with. Some mutuals who I should probably consider
Yeah,
friends,
this is still
yet
accurate.
don't. And then there are friends who I still keep at arm's length. I could probably count on one hand the friends
Yeah,
I'm willing
exactly.
to open up to.
That's right.
And even then,
I
it
agree. I
depends.
agree with that labels are fine, but to try and put everyone in, yeah, because it's like there's a certain point where I feel like labels can be kind of the opposite of what they're supposed to be, which is like, trying to put people in like a. I think they can be good for simplicity, but yeah. So it's like whatever labels people want to use to describe themselves. I feel like it's it's all about what personal feelings you have. So someone else might feel similarly that I do and like the term demi-romantic. It's just my perspective that I personally don't connect with it, really.
On one hand, the friends I'm willing to open up to. And even then, it depends. I don't know when or where this mentality started, but I've gotten terrified of burning bridges with people. There's a part of me that believes someone's gonna hurt me if I let them get too close, so I prevent most people from getting that chance. It would probably be healthier for me to tone that back a bit, though that'll be easier said than done. But I've also come to accept that as part of who I am. I don't really want to be the kind of person who trusts everyone. I want to warm up to new friends organically. I want to be somewhat skeptical of the people I associate with. Even if I recognize that some change will be a good thing, I'm otherwise comfortable with this side of myself. And that's what makes love so confusing to me. I've always lived like this.
Oh, here's the
keeping
Paramore
a comfortable
reference.
distance. Up until now, I had sworn to myself that I'm content with loneliness, because none of it was ever worth the risk.
好きって
Goosebumps on that
暴力的な
edit.
言葉だ。
I like that a lot. Because, I mean, like, yeah, I went with that because it ties back to the AMV I made about Bloom Into You, which I've said on the stream before that, to me, the Bloom video, like, all the videos I've made on Bloom kind of feel like a 3-part series. There was, like, the video about it as a seasonal anime that, you know, got a bit into, like, it was a lot vaguer, and I didn't quite understand the feelings that I was trying to explore in that video. Then I made the AMV, which is, the song is called You Are the Only Exception, and it's by Paramore. And that, I feel like, kind of bridged the gap in me being able to put words to what I was feeling. Kind of like putting the song and the visuals together, kind of helped me figure myself out more on some level. And then this video is like a synthesis of the two, plus like a lot of other context and perspective tacked onto it.
あなたが好きってこうじゃなくなったら好きじゃなくなるってことでしょ。好きは
And I'm pretty sure the edit I did there actually with like the like flashing visuals, I'm pretty sure that just was from the AMV.
する言葉。だから好きを持たない君が世界で一番優しく見えた。ユウは実際とても優しい人だった。
I love Bloom Into You.
私をどこまでも受け入れて
I
ただそ
haven't
ばにいてくれる。
I haven't really revisited Bloom Into You since I made this video, I don't think. Because I finished the manga to make this. So it's just kind of like, ooh, I really like these characters. Still resonates,
こ
even
の
if
心地よさを知ってしまったら
some of this video isn't my perspective anymore.
一人には戻れない。
Like, I think I really liked how I talked at the end of that last You section. Because it's like, even if my perspective on it romantically has kind of evolved and I've had different experiences since then, like, the video also doesn't have to, like, the way I personally connect to stuff doesn't exclusively boil down to romance, and so maybe that's why I feel like the video, still, it still holds up and doesn't feel dated, because it's like, even though my perspective has changed, a lot of me is still in here.
ユウ好きだよ。君はそのままでいてね。どうかユウ。私を好きにならないで。
Ooh,
In the
yeah.
first video, I made a comment about relating to both you and Toko
What am I doing
in
with this
confusingly
edit here?
conflicting ways. Which, in hindsight, should have made it pretty obvious
Okay,
that the
so
conversation wasn't
I noticed
over.
with that visual, this I think was where, like, I was trying to have the text follow her, and it definitely jumped around. With the editing program I was using at the time, it had, like, a weird, like, occasionally it would catch extra frames, and so I don't think it quite lined up how it was supposed to, and I think that's why the text moving comes off so jumpy. I use DaVinci Resolve now, and I feel like I could do that edit very easily and not have it be stuttery.
Which, in hindsight, should have made it pretty obvious
yeah,
that the
no, I don't like
conversation wasn't
that.
over. Let's unpack that sentiment. Nanami Toko is a girl uncertain of who she is and who she wants to become. After the death of her older sister, she dons a mask of perfection, resembling her own idealized image of her late sibling. But in copying that likeness, her own sense of self is obscured. The old Toko was timid, unremarkable, but by performing a character other than herself, she could become special. Toko loved her sister immensely, so much so that she had nothing left for herself.
Oh shit.
But that adoration came from a limited viewpoint.
Wait, hold on. I see why I relate to Toko now, because it's like, oh, Toko herself is unremarkable. She's not special, but like if she puts on like a character sort of like, she tries to be her sister. So if she like tries to be someone else, then she can be like good and valuable. And like on some level, that's kind of what YouTube is. That it's like, oh, I might be having a bad day, or I might just sort of be, I don't know, just kind of existing as Lexi. But then, I'm math whiz, and now suddenly it's like, oh, now I have like, I want to be a little more like put together, and I write the script, so like I want my thoughts to sound more coherent and for people to be able to understand it. So it's like, on some level, I guess it's like I can relate to that as a creator.
For Toko to
Which
be flawless,
I don't think I had pieced that together here.
the siblings she idolized had to be flawless. And if the latter was untrue, the former would be reduced to nothing. What value is there to an empty void? Unlike you, Toko's conception of love is informed by childhood trauma rather than her natural inclinations, which distinguishes her from a similar aromantic reading. For one character, learning to love is the crux of her arc. For the other, love is a means through which her arc develops. Toko does not respect her own identity, so the prospect of someone
have a good
else
one,
cherishing
Titania.
something she hates
Thanks
makes her
for stopping by.
uncomfortable. Such a development would challenge her performance and attack that sensitive wound, which is why she falls for you the second it's stated that you is incapable of loving anyone. You is the only exception to Toko's fear. While those who sought Toko out were rejected for even making an attempt,
It's
she
like the
connects
song
to you
I
through
was
a mutual sense of
referencing.
emotional apathy. And because you is the type of person to be led into things, Toko is able to take the initiative. This event being what kickstarts the story puts Toko in an active romantic role from the outset. So from an aromantic
little heart
lens,
in the cup.
she mainly served as the outsider, contrasting you. That's not to dismiss any and all correlations between mental health and emotional development, of course. As is evidenced by Toko, core personality traits can be altered by the trauma people experience. Romantic attraction is not above that. However, even if her outlook once mirrored the perspective of aromanticism, the existence of others alongside her, such as you and Maki, lends weight to her potential place in the discussion. Toko's emotional hang-ups might have been solvable, making her inability to feel attraction nothing more than a passing phase, but that is not the case for someone like Maki. Toko's apathy stemming from abnormal causes does not invalidate the natural demi-romanticism of you. Most importantly, these circumstances do not problematize the relationship of you and Toko in their own right. So with that said, here's a natural segue to Hunter x Hunter. Much like Gon and Killua,
And it
you
all
and Toko's
comes
relationship can be seen as a precarious one based on miscommunication and greed. But naturally, that's only one side of the coin. Toko telling you not to fall in love with her is selfish and bordering on abusive. But you lying about not pursuing that possibility is dishonest and distrustful. The negativity goes both ways. Thankfully though, paralleling the boys once again, the two are grounded by a constructive belief in each other. Even the flawed phase of their relationship was still full of warm, sentimental moments. They avoid falling into toxicity because leaning on each other allowed them to better actualize their own identities. People are complex, so attempting to view anything from a pure light and dark framework is going to miss context. This is particularly interesting through the lens of demi-romanticism, because it highlights the struggle people can go through to discover those emotions within themselves. What happens when feelings are one-sided? Accepting someone else's feelings could lead to love. That person could end up wasting time with someone who they're incompatible with, a result which itself could make or break a friendship. Or nothing could change. Wouldn't that be a fascinating outcome? What happens if someone is willing to tolerate the love of another without reciprocating those feelings? A key flaw with Yu and Toko's early relationship was a lack of proper communication. But with an open dialogue, two people can just as easily coexist without mutual affection. One might call that a queer platonic relationship.
More words.
More than friends, less than lovers. Yu's tolerance allowed her to entertain Toko's desires, provided consent was given. Her stubbornness kept her testing the limits of her own desires, something which her love-struck partner clearly was not opposed to. In the hypothetical scenario where Yu doesn't eventually fall in love, however, who's to say the pair couldn't still enjoy each other's presence? Provided Toko's happiness never came at Yu's expense, the two could still elevate each other. Platonic connections can just as easily rival the bonds of mutual love. And on a related note, there are other kinds of love beyond romance, such as that between family. It's a conversation that goes well beyond the scope of a single piece of media. But the conversation has to start somewhere. And for me, Bloomin' to You was the start. For context, I've never dated anyone, but I have had 2 crushes before. In both cases, I was basically kinda like you in that it took me a few months of being around the other person to start noticing I was interested, but the 2 experiences were largely polar opposites. I said nothing the first time, so I didn't even give myself the closure of a rejection. But I did end up distancing myself from that person, so
Yay,
it's not
now
like
I can
was
be
actively
embarrassed
trying
because the
to cling to
personal
unrequited
stuff
feelings.
is happening.
Without that catharsis, though, my inaction haunted me for a while. The lesson I learned from that was to be honest with my emotions and accept rejection when it happens.
This is
so
the
when my
therapy
second crush
session
turned
part
me
of
down,
the video.
I assumed that would be my closure. After the initial emotional impact, I was ready to return to being single and indifferent until that familiar feeling burned within me again. But that's not what happened. It feels weird saying I've had a hard time getting over these crushes, because in neither case were we ever an item. What was there to get over? Better yet, how? Through what means could I move beyond something I had no control over? I didn't actively choose to develop these emotions, they just appeared. And when I made an active effort to leave them behind, they stuck with me. I can only assume that this is where other people might seek out relationships with strangers or acquaintances to fill the void. But the prospect of linking myself to an unknown sounds totally backwards. How can I put my trust in someone who hasn't even had the chance to earn my trust? Dating apps would be functionally useless to me for that reason. And even though there's a degree to which I feel pressured to meet an invisible standard with this stuff, I'm ultimately fine with that.
Yeah, I like the, how am I supposed to trust someone who, or how am I supposed to put trust in someone who hasn't, it's like, I don't trust you. How can I trust you? But it's like, I'm supposed to trust you. I am glad that I can watch this section and confidently be like, I've moved on from those feelings of I guess romantic inadequacy maybe would be the way to describe it, because I still have self-worth issues, but they're not really tied to any of this that I'm talking about in the video, like any past baggage at this point. Because it's like those 2 crushes I just don't really think about at this point. It's like one of them was years and years and years ago, and I have not seen that person in in however long. I don't really even think about them anymore. And then the other crush is we're friends, and it's that's cool, I don't really have any interest in anything more now. But it's this video is accurate in that it can be really hard to move on from things. I don't know if part of it was no, because it wasn't that I was afraid to face rejection, because I mentioned in the video that I got rejected. So I don't know. Emotions are just complicated, and sometimes they don't always make sense. Even looking back in hindsight, I'm not really sure if I'd be able to rationalize any of that. But this video depicts it well.
I don't need to do what other people do. I don't need to understand how they can rebound from such strong emotions so quickly. I just want to understand myself. I had already made my second confession when I first
Ooh.
watched Bloom Into You. And when I
God,
started equating
yeah,
the
the
series to already
the
making
edit there
myself-
as well. Like this video has a lot of good moments where there's like a visual happening and there will be like a little musical cue and kind of like a pause and a pause in the script as well, and you know, something happens visually to convey the emotion. And yeah, there yeah, those edits are all really good. Like I did it, I think, at the end of the quote that introduces use section, and I did that here. Yeah, it's just a lot of really good little edits here. What's the most popular part of the video?
I had already
Okay,
made my second
I see.
confession when I first watched Bloom Into You. And when I started equating the series to aromanticism, I wondered if maybe what I had experienced wasn't love, but instead some kind of weird person-specific fixation. The way I slowly developed these emotions and fought even harder to cast them off felt unnatural. It didn't seem to match the romance I'd see portrayed in fiction or hear about from other people. Yu's story reflected that disconnect in a way nothing else had. And yet, at the same time, it wasn't just her story. It was also the story of Nanami Toko.
Ooh, the
behavior
colors
of this
changed
insecure
for the
girl who
manga.
cut herself off from the world hit closer and closer to home as the plot progressed. And at first I wasn't sure what that meant. She was a hopeless romantic, while Yu was more detached. Yet I found myself empathizing with conflicting aspects of their personalities. My belief in pure aromanticism was crumbling, and eventually I found myself circling back to the same problem I faced before: a lack of comprehension. This script has gone through multiple drafts, and I've been processing these thoughts since well before I started writing it. But as I try to think of where to take this, I struggle to come up with a clear message. The labels I started with don't seem to fit my mindset anymore.
God, I really admire Past Me for having the emotional honesty in a video like this. Because I'm like a little intimidated watching it back. I'm like, oh God, I'm just talking.
I still don't know what love is. I'm still alone. Was this really just a pointless ramble? Have I learned nothing at all? When I realized I was trans about 2 years ago, I knew that certain parts of my life would have to change. I knew that I wasn't satisfied with who I was, what I looked like, how I carried myself. I wanted a fresh start, but what I've come to understand is that starting over isn't as simple as being recognized as a girl. I need to put myself in an environment better suited to creativity and mental health. There are personality flaws I want to correct, people I want to hang out with. Throughout high school, I ignored a lot of my problems. As petty as this sounds, me always being forced to cut my hair short as a kid was indicative of how I felt about life as a whole. If I wasn't allowed to look the way I wanted to look, be who I wanted to be, what point was there in caring? Why think about what can't be changed? Well, more recently I have been thinking. In the last few years, I've traveled across the country, met incredible people, exposed myself to new perspectives and ideas. I've made efforts to step outside of my comfort zone, and those endeavors have been largely positive. But because I've started to improve and be true to myself, the flaws that remain sting that much more.
I think this part in particular is really symbolic of like what I was dealing with in the time that I wasn't making videos, like in that kind of, you know, the 3-year gap where I had the 2 videos, but they were each like a year and a half apart. Because I feel like a big thing for me, I hadn't started HRT yet at this point, so I didn't even really like, I just experience emotions very differently these days, and a lot more, I felt detached before I started transitioning, and now it kind of feels like things that were mental things that were kind of out of place before have had time to like click into place, and I feel more like I feel my emotions on a moment-to-moment basis, and I'm not like the real struggle is like once you like to get better mentally, in particular with like transitioning for me, because like, oh, as a guy, it's like, you know, toxic masculinity. I can't be honest about my emotions. I'm not even the person I want to be. I'm somebody else. But then like, you know, once my emotions did start coming out through like the hormones, it's like to get better, it's like you have to confront the ugly stuff, and you know, that's hard. I mean, I feel like I've had several years of doing that now, and even then I still haven't got everything. Like, there's still a lot left for me to try and work through. So like, yeah, even just starting that process is it's tough, and this video is definitely very indicative of kind of where I was headed as well, as far as that emotional baggage.
There's always something that can trip me up and make me question if I've ever really improved. And it can be tough to separate the constructive thoughts from the destructive ones.
Yeah, I
For
still
example,
feel that as well.
Is making a YouTube video about this topic a healthy way of getting outside of my own head? On the one hand, it at least means I'm posting a video at a time when I've been struggling to do that. Inventing here.
Oh, I wish this was my upload rate these days. If I could put a video out like every 4 months, I'd be cool with that. That's what I'm trying to do this year. So it's like I'm looking at this now and it's like, oh, you don't know what's ahead.
Is at least better than keeping my feelings locked inside. On the other hand, I can't help but feel like my personal musings.
What do you say
just
bloom into you made
pale
you
in
bloom
comparison
into
to
you?
themes I could be unpacking, or
Exactly.
heck, even AMVs I could be using to express what words fail to. Bonus points to anyone who noticed the blatant Paramore references. Surely there are alternate avenues I could pursue, creatively or otherwise. It's not that I look down on therapy and proper mental health care. It's just that seeking those out requires a certain amount of energy I can't always access.
Yeah, that's so
which
fucked
is
up.
kind of ironic considering therapy exists to help that. If I can barely motivate myself,
It's like even to get like I still haven't gone to therapy, which is something I want to do and I definitely will pursue in the future, but it's like to even take that step of self-care, it's like, you know, like I definitely had to transition first. Like I don't think therapy would have been very productive for me before that. I feel like getting my emotions, you know, being able to feel them more accurately, I think has helped me dig through stuff on my own. But even then it's like it's a leap to even like find a therapist and try and book an appointment and get it started. So it's like I definitely will be pursuing that at some point when I'm able. And thankfully these days I feel like I'd at least have a bit more energy to even consider trying that. But at the time, yeah, it's like it's rough.
to drive to the grocery store for food I need to survive? Where am I gonna find the energy to pursue therapy? Oh, and what if I need to pay for it? For God's sake, a volume of Shimanami Tasogarai only cost me like $10. That's all the therapy I need. Let's be honest though, whenever I do find the energy to pursue self-care, I'm investing in HRT first. Why go to therapy over not being on hormones when I could just go on hormones, you know?
So
I feel like
true,
I've talked about how
bestie.
stupid the double standard I hold regarding personal content is before, but acknowledging that hasn't done much to make the mindset disappear. Maybe the content side of things isn't the issue. Maybe I'm just that insecure about saying what's on my mind. How can I be sure that my words are reaching anyone? Are they even reaching me?
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, geez, I felt that. Ah, no, it hurty. Emotions. Bad.
It's not fair. She's allowed to say it, but I'm not? What a selfish, cruel, unfair love. But even so, it's what I wanted for so long. It was dazzling, almost blinding. The truth is, it hurts. I'm sad.
Oh, I did
lonely.
also like go the extra mile on the manga
If I
editing
didn't
for this
understand,
video.
I wouldn't have to feel this way. But the fact is, I do want love.
So I'm not a good actor. That part of the video I struggled to record a lot because it's like I want it to sound accurate to like what I feel, but I feel like I can speak very kind of monotone a lot of the time. So it's like, you know, it's like to be more authentic, like to make it sound more authentic, it would be less authentic in a way. So I kind of just did the best I could there. But yeah, I like how this video, I really pushed myself, because, like, I knew this video meant a lot to me, and, just, like, doing the manga editing, you know, I hadn't tried before the whole, like, cutting out the panels and, like, shifting it around and stuff like that, and a sequence like that, I don't think could have worked any other way. I feel like the way I positioned everything was very deliberate, and the timing of it and the music, and just I'm very proud of the editing I did in this video.
好きだと言っても今のあの子にはプレッシャーにしかならない
Sayaka.
今の関係が壊れるくらいならこのままでいいです そばにいるために本当の気持ちを隠すのは卑怯でしょうか
I'm not in the stands, but I don't see myself on the field either. Following the baseball metaphor to its natural conclusion, I guess that would make me a bench warmer, which actually sounds more accurate than I expected. I'm interested in playing. I have the potential to play, but I'm not actively doing so.
Yeah, like this shot here, and this video definitely has other clips from it, like the driving footage, and stuff like that. Like, you know, I knew that I'd be moving, and I had scripted the video before I left, I think. So I, like, knew that, like, I could use some of this footage for the video, or I went out of my way to get certain footage for the video. And this was just, like a Little League baseball field that was in my area that, you know, like, I had pretty easy access to. So I was like, oh, baseball, you know, bench warmer, stepping up to the plate, that stuff, I could just go film that. And I did, and I think it's effective.
Results, I have this mixed view, where I can connect to both sides without fully empathizing with either. The majority of this video has spoken of how I relate to the aromantic position, but as I alluded to earlier, what of the others? What of the third wheel?
The third wheel.
Polyamory. Saiki Sayaka is a queen, and a reminder that love can be messy even when one knows for sure what they're feeling. The beauty of her character
Yeah,
is
I do think I like that joke a lot. Wait, is that the most replayed part? Wait.
The third wheel.
Oh,
Well,
I guess people also
Saiki
like that
Sayaka
joke.
is a queen, and a reminder that love can be messy even when one knows for sure what they're feeling. The beauty of her character is that she did nothing wrong. Though she too saw through Toko's facade, her fondness for the girl gave her pause in challenging the act until it was too late. She put Toko's burdens first and sidelined her own wants to support Toko in the way she thought best. Sayaka was an admirable friend, and her presence had a decidedly positive impact on Toko's life. The tragedy of her character is that she just wasn't the one. By sheer happenstance, Yu stumbled into the student council and took that spot out from under her. An unfortunate outcome for the queen, but not without a silver lining. Her confession closed the emotional gap between herself and Toko, strengthening their bond and freeing Sayaka from the weight of uncertainty that held her back. One might suggest that she lost to Yu in the battle for Toko's fancy, but it'd be hard to argue that Sayaka lost anything here.
God, I need to read the
She comes out
Sayaka
stronger
novels.
on the back of this rejection, even getting a girlfriend by the end of the manga. Her arc is an inspiring example that crushes won't always work out for everyone. But no matter how frustrating getting turned down might be, it's still ultimately a step forward, where silence inherently feeds stagnation. Having the courage to take that leap is remarkable, and I don't want to detract from that by abandoning all hope in my own path. Like the rest of the series, the final volume of the Bloom Into You manga...
Yeah, just the whole line there that, like, my words actually reached her in the end is like, oh, God. Yeah, like, that's, you know, even just, like, confessing to someone, even if you're gonna get rejected, is still, like, you know, that emotional vulnerability is very admirable.
Ends with an afterword from the author,
These
Nakatani
characters are
Miya.
so good.
In this, she states, "If my work can enrich those who create and become a building block for their creations, that'd be the happiest thing for me. What's created doesn't have to be art, written work, music, or video. It'd be nice if there's even just a drop or fragment of Bloom in someone's thoughts, speech,
Yeah, this is
or
definitely a
actions."
fan translation.
Her story had a consistent habit of making me cry even early on. But after having put off reading those final few chapters for several months, out of an unwillingness to leave the relationship of Yu and Toko behind, this message hit me almost as hard. It resonates with me as a creative who aspires to one day leave that kind of an impact on others
Hi,
as well.
cows.
But purely as a reader, to say that there's a fragment of this story present in the way I think would be an understatement. Even if I find them entertaining, whether from a dramatic lens or a comedic lens, I rarely find myself relating to love stories beyond a surface level. Yet Nakatani offered not one, but 3 captivating characters that personally and uniquely resonated with me. I didn't want their stories to end, because I knew that would involve the cast reaching a point of finality that I currently can't reach. Yeah, technically the Sayaka novels still exist and I haven't read them, so this journey's not quite over, but shut up, I'm making a point. Since I initially came across Bloom through the first anime episode in 2018, I've learned new information about myself and the kind of person I want to be. Yet, at the same time, I'm left just as confused as ever. I know that I'm capable of feeling romantic attraction, but it isn't something that ever came easily or frequently to me. Some days I really do connect with the aromantic perspective. Not just the lack of attraction, but the lack of any desire for attraction also. It would be so much easier to just be friends with people, and making friends is something I still hesitate over. Why would I willingly sever that sense of empathy with the only piece of media that seemed to share my point of view? Will I ever manage to cross that same bridge?
Yeah, that's so good.
Love is an expression of trust. In the context of the story, this quote represents one's ability to continue admiring another person even as they change. For Sayaka, it is an embodiment of her respect and loyalty to Toko, regardless of the
Good
mask
chapter
she
cover.
wore. For Toko, it gave her the courage to drop the act and have faith in the imperfect truth that Yu fell for. But that was never my concern. Of course people change. I want to change myself even. For as long as I've given the concept of love serious conscious thought, I have agreed with this mentality, even if I didn't know how to verbalize it. A significant other is someone you trust more than anyone. Someone you support through hardship and embrace through success. Someone who believes in you when you don't believe in yourself. Someone you can be close to physically, mentally, emotionally. Love is an expression of trust. And that trust isn't exclusive to romance. You can platonically trust people. You can trust people in varying degrees. And in the case of aromantic people, that trust might simply exist independently of love. As someone who has undoubtedly felt the fluttery flush of affection before, I can't honestly say that I don't desire something mutual. But that's not now, nor has it ever been, my main concern. I'm not going to revoke my trust in someone who turned me down. Because at the end of the day, friendship is equally important. Having more people I can have mutual faith in is more valuable than having a single special someone. And if one of those mutuals just so happens to become special on top of that, cool. I can't be certain that I'll find someone who reciprocates my love one day, but one thing I do know right now is that I've made invaluable connections over the years. I've met people at anime conventions, collaborated on various projects, hell, even just chatted in Discord calls with people from all across the world. I'm so grateful to have the friends that I do. And I want to do a better job of conveying that. This journey has made me realize that platonic and romantic feelings aren't all that different, and even if there are ways in which I don't fully understand that, I'm learning. The ways in which humans connect is deeply fascinating, so I will continue to seek out love stories and cheer on the romantic endeavors of my friends from the sidelines. And if I happen to get a shot at the plate, I'll swing for the fences. because I know of an anime girl who was seemingly incapable of falling in love, and things worked out pretty well for her. They'll work out for me too.
I feel like I had goosebumps in that entire last section. Holy shit. Yeah, no, a lot of that still personally
Lumen
resonates.
is a series I'd love to keep coming back to on the channel, as I've done with Hunter x Hunter, because there's so many other ways to approach it beyond the aromantic framework. Creators like Zaria, Isla McTeer, Taserlad, and Under the Scope have already delved into some other areas where Bloom excels, so I'd be remiss not to mention them. This video focused primarily on romance for obvious reasons, but that's not the only reason I made it. I've grappled with various anxieties somewhat publicly
Like,
since
I think
started this.
I think Taserlad might be the only of those creators that still technically makes videos, or made one in the last, like, 6 months.
Creators like Zaria,
I just don't have a good grasp of time.
Isla McTeer, Taserlad, and Under the Scope have already delved into some other
Yeah,
areas where
yeah,
Bloom
'cause the other
excels,
ones all
so I'd be
stopped.
remiss not to mention them. This video focused primarily
At least
on
as of
romance for
now.
obvious reasons, but that's not the only reason I made it. I've grappled with various anxieties somewhat publicly since I started this channel, and while I tend to have mixed feelings about those more personal projects, there's a degree to which they have helped me sort myself out. Sure, some of them could have used more revisions, more polish, more time to actually process the perspective I wanted to explain, but the act of creating them made me confront my issues in notable ways. They didn't solve the problems, I wouldn't be talking like this if they had, but looking back, I can tell that I'm not the same person I used to be. Having
Yeah,
these
you can say
breadcrumbs to
that
follow
again.
is important, because without them, I'd have no proof that I've grown. My unreliable memory tends to trick me into lumping all of my personal content together under a generic banner, but in reality, those projects are different enough to have value existing. So as I encountered the same mental blocks for why this video shouldn't exist, I was able to consider how I'd handled prior mistakes and use that to convince myself, no, here's why it should exist. Because more so than any of those past projects, thinking of how to address this discussion helped me better understand myself and how I interact with the people around me. As I write and record this, I'm still in the town where I spent the last 22 years growing up. But by the time I edit and publish this, I'll have moved out of state. The fresh start I've been longing for is finally here, but before I can push forward, I need to confront my past and prove to myself that I can be better.
This footage is, like, recorded at night, so the brightness is, like, non-existent. So it's just, like... I had to up the brightness a lot to even see anything, and it's like, it doesn't look great, but I don't fucking care, because it's like,
Before I
it
can
hits.
push forward, I need to confront my past and prove to myself that I can be better. No more repressing my emotions.
Because it's like, it's imagery that, like, I know by heart, pretty much. Like, growing up near that area and having a lot of, like, familiar landmarks. Maybe not a lot, but, like, some in this video. So, like, yeah, the video is for me, and it resonates with me.
No more putting off challenging topics simply out of a fear to address them. No more stagnation. This script may have been tough to write, but I was capable of doing it. Even if my experiences have yet to reach a definitive endpoint, this video had to exist now and in its current form. That, for me, is the most fitting way to close this chapter of my life. And if one day I come to new realizations about myself that aren't reflected in this discussion, they'll have been formed by the people, events, media, and other things I've yet to encounter. I am not you, or Toko, or Sayaka. I am me. And while I may not have a fully realized image of my ideal self, I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to change.
That really is just, like, the note I end the Ranma video on, too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hearing me say that in, like, the outro, and, like, watching it back, and it's like, yeah, I have changed. I've changed a lot. So it's like, yeah, and I wasn't kidding at the time. Like, it wasn't, like, a dramatic framework to say that I was, like, closing a chapter of my life by making that video. 'Cause, like, yeah, no, a lot changed. My environment changed. The people I spend most of my time around changed. You know, obviously, like, emotions changed. My appearance changed. Like, it's like, what didn't change? Yeah, yeah. It's hard to, like, have closing thoughts on that video, because it's just, like, it resonate, like, a lot of what I said there resonates on, like, on multiple levels. It cuts pretty deep, and it's, like, some of that is, I feel like, stuff that I need to remind myself regularly these days. Like, the point specifically where I said that this video had to exist now and in its current form. So it's like, even if there were ways that I maybe thought I could polish it or, like, do it better, or was insecure about making the idea in the first place, there's a reason that I made it when I did. And yeah, just, like, my content being, like, breadcrumbs, like a trail of breadcrumbs that show my personal growth, is very accurate. Like, yeah, if watching all these videos back in particular has made that very apparent. And yeah, like, I still struggle with making videos. Like, I've made the shonen movie video, and you would think that that's like, oh, you can make a video. See, you made that one. So, like, you're back. And I'm like, yeah, I'm back. But, like, it's still, I think I still feel a lot of insecurity from being away for so long. And, like, does what I have to say have value? Like, why am I the one who should be making these videos? But, like, yeah, that video was a very, very strong case for why, on a personal level, it should be me making the videos that I do, and that I should be making them. Yeah, that was a lot. So we got a few more videos left to go. I really have to take a bathroom break and refill my water, and maybe go hug Bree. So I'm gonna go do that. I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we will continue with the Precure video, the Ranma video, the Shonen movie video. We're getting there. It's almost... We're gonna do it today. It's gonna happen. hastily replaying the track. Hopefully it hadn't stopped long. Yeah, that video was a lot. And yeah, so it was a good time to step away for a few minutes. Yeah, that video, I feel like, I don't know if there's another video to this point that, like, would hit me so hard personally like that. Like, maybe that just is my most, like, emotionally vulnerable video. Or, you know, even if it's, like, it's a 30-minute video, so there's a lot of it, too. That could be part of it. Cause yeah, like I ended up having a lot to say about the like the A Place Further Than the Universe video that I did, which kind of surprised me. But like the Bloom video is very different. Ow, I just hit my knee on my desk. I'm a klutz. So I gotta retweet the thing real quick. All right, so there's that. So the promotion, doing the thing. Let me get Kaus out of the way. Yeah, no, I think you know, we're getting close to like 2 hours in, and the half-hour video's, you know, done out of the way. So maybe I won't actually be here for 5 hours like I was worried I would be. So yeah, this video is, I'm calling it non-canon. Because it's like, it's not really like a personal video in terms of like emotional vulnerability. It was definitely like, I, for whatever reason, was like fixating on this character when I watched Star Twinkle Precure. And like, at the time, my goal was like, I want to try and, you know, I don't want to have to take months in between videos to make them. I want to just, like, be able to make something. So I did this video as, like, oh, this will be the start of that. Here's a pretty, you know, goofy, short little idea. Could make for a fun video. And then I made nothing else afterwards for, like, a year and a half. So yeah, this one doesn't really connect to any of the other videos either. But I'm curious to see how I feel about it.
Hey Mathwiz, what did you think of Star Twinkle Precure?
This is the Mathwiz Goes Insane video.
Mathwiz? Mathwiz?
It's fine. I'm fine.
What a video to like. I know I did like the Let's Talk About Me thing after this, but that's not like a scripted video. Like for this to be the last like scripted thing that I did, and then I just disappear for a bit. You know, opening on that note, it's just like, oh, she lost her mind. Okay, cool. But yeah, that one was actually funny because I was like, okay, Kraftsdorf, I'm gonna do this bit for the intro. Can you record this line for me quick? And I think he did a couple takes, and he probably thought like, oh, I'll just use one of the takes. But he had like the Mathwiz, and I'm like, no, I can use this. Yeah.
Something I enjoy about Magical Girl anime as a whole are their tendencies to craft overarching narratives through episodic conflicts.
Not going to be here for
There's
the
a
final
sense
few
of
videos.
comfort in seeing the
watch
same
it after the
dorks
VOD
get into
goes live.
hijinks for 20 minutes week after week.
Yeah.
Yet
Thanks for
for
for being here for the streams and watching the videos. This is definitely at this point going to be the last one. I'm confident I can get the rest of the videos in. So yeah, just a good thanks to anyone who is watching this through the VOD, through the live chat, whatever it may be, just thanks for watching the videos and for supporting me. Follow me on Twitch. I do, that's where I'll stream. I want to keep doing the streaming thing consistently. It just won't be here.
Maybe it'll be a goofy gimmick, or a bombastic action set piece, or a somber character drama. It's simultaneously a consistent and inconsistent viewing experience that, over time, has made me think more about what creators can achieve within what, on the surface, might seem like a stifling framework. What influence can a bit player have on the bigger picture? What ideas are strengthened by brevity as opposed to longevity?
You know, that's like very indicative, I think, to how I approach like battle shonen, but also like that notion in particular is basically like it's the basis for the shonen movie video. Like, oh, here's a format for something. People might say it's formulaic or repetitive, but I'm curious in like the nuances in between the broader strokes. And this is just a very bite-sized version of that.
Why is Dog Girl so good, yet so underutilized?
And a goofy one.
You know, the important questions. Star Twinkle Precure is
good delivery
pretty
on that
good.
line.
The overarching theme of imagination is flexible, applying just as steadily to outer space as to multiculturalism, personal agency, and creativity. It's a solid season of Precure. I recommend it. But in the spirit of that core theme, I'm gonna focus specifically on the material that piqued my imagination. For better and for worse. Now, to claim this as missed potential is to implicitly acknowledge that the character and her corresponding material had a strong foundation. And yes, episode 36 was one of my favorites. Does that partially come down to the fact that it has a cute furry with a heart of gold who tries really hard but
The
is a
fucking
massive
cheat
klutz?
too, jump scare.
Naturally. But aesthetics and... hold on a second.
No. Nai.
I don't know what I was going for here. This video is just
But aesthetics and
Insanity.
archetypes aside, Anne's dynamic with Uni is genuinely engaging to consider. Now, I know that in the past, some people have come across my content despite not knowing anything about me or the show I'm talking about.
That
So for
still blows my
context, I'm
mind.
a disaster, and episode 36 of Star Twinkle Precure centers on the cast attempting to take back a...
I also
anything
like
about
the
me?
setup for the joke there. Well, for one thing, 67,000 was a lot of people. Now it has like over 200,000, and it's like, I thought the video was gonna get like 10K views and I'd call it a day. That did not happen. But yeah, a lot of comments of people being like, I haven't seen your I don't know your content. I don't know the series you're talking about, but I decided to watch this video and I liked it. And it's like, still wild to me.
Or the show I'm talking about? So for context, I'm a disaster, and episode...
But yeah, like the joke, I feel like, you know, oh, for context, like I'm gonna go into a big explanation, and then I'm a disaster and move on. And I just think that's accurate.
Episode 36 of Star Twinkle Precure centers on the cast attempting to take back a stolen
It's
cultural
silly.
artifact from a mafia crime boss. Uni is the sole survivor of a planet whose inhabitants were turned to stone, her goal throughout the season being to save her people and retrieve what was taken from them. To do this, she wears a number of masks to gather intel and slip under her target's radar, so she and the gang do that here as well. Meanwhile, a new character, Inspector Anne, begins her own infiltration mission. She's here to cross-promote a movie. She's a space cop. Right off the bat, we establish not just the heroes and villains of this installment.
Yeah, there are some good little jokes in here. Like, she's here to cross-promote a move, and then, like, hard cut, like, no, that's not... Like, it's right, but it's... And also the bit with Fua,
But a third
silly.
party that can provide a potential middle ground. Anne herself is a great foil to Uni, as while both characters share the same target and employ similar means of deception, their motivations are at odds. Anne is the straight-laced officer who plays by the rules, while Uni is the outsider who thinks the ends justify the means. That's a compelling dynamic to work with, and to tie it back to aesthetics, the dog cop sniffing out the cat thief's disguise just works.
Yeah, it is
It's
very
fun
good.
on a surface level, but offers the potential to touch on something deeper. When the two are brought together, Anne makes an effort to lecture Uni about how her actions are morally wrong, but Uni flips that back to Anne.
正義のためなら変装して騙してもいいの
like
理由があれば何をしてもいい
yeah, I do like, again, like this is a video that on the surface has like a negative slant to it, but it's very much like I feel like I do more praise and the negativity is more just like this is what I wanted to see, but like not in a like, I don't know, it doesn't feel dismissive to what the story does do. And yeah, to say there's missed potential is to imply that there's like good stuff there to work with from like the start. And yeah, giving the credit where it's due. Good job, me.
ならそんなの誰にでもあるんじゃない
And there's that look of hesitation on Anne's face, a moment of doubt as she's forced to confront the possibility that her viewpoint and actions might not match. Her attempt to take the moral high ground simply for being a cop backfires, as when Uni challenges her hypocritical notion of justice, Anne doesn't have a response. She seems to double down on her stealing is bad argument at the end of the episode, but that sets her up as the butt of a joke when Uni uses Anne's own handcuffs against her, an action I think supports the idea that Anne is misguided, as her very means of
When I
enforcing
don't
that
have a lot of
justice prevent
footage
her from capturing Uni.
to work
Were she
with.
actually a recurring character, this could have planted the seed for an ongoing conflict, maybe even a shift in her mentality. But at that point I'm just fundamentally restructuring the anime. Anne wasn't designed to fill a supporting role, she existed for the sake of the movie. And unfortunately for me, she barely featured in that movie. She chases Uni away for the first half so they can make a dramatic entrance in the battle scene. She helps the girls beat the bad guys. Then she stands on the sidelines during the climax. Anne isn't supposed to be important.
That does
so there's
still-
no room for this.
That does still kind of baffle me. Like, if she was the movie character, why doesn't she do more? I'm still a little sad.
Series to take the conflict of the TV episode further because it just wasn't designed that way. Not the movie, not the anime. That isn't to say that I hated the movie or can't appreciate other characters the story explored, but I wanted more Dog Girl.
The Star Twinkle movie
that's
is
all
very
my premise
good.
amounts to here. The fact that I got so invested in what was, in the grand scheme of things, a nothing character is perhaps a testament to how fun that episode was.
And yeah, I also like the, just ultimately the video boils down to I wanted more Dog Girl, and it's like, I think, having the awareness that it's like, yeah, this video is me nitpicking, and I am aware of that.
Just how much of an impact a small detail can have in the big picture. I've probably given more thought to this Dog Girl than any other conflict.
Not
in
one of
Star
my better
Twinkle.
videos, though.
And isn't that worth appreciating?
But I mean, like, I don't think it was ever going to be.
Was going so far as to write this script
Release the
not
Dog
its own
Girl
creative
cut.
exercise? Was one story's quote-unquote missed potential not also a springboard for my own imagination? Or was this just an excuse for me to ramble about Dog Girl for a few minutes? Let's pretend the answer is to one of the more poetic sounding questions. I am working on another big project.
I like the ending note in particular, because like all my videos usually end on like, bringing the idea back to like giving it a big dramatic sort of finish. And then in this video, it's like, it's kind of like what I did with the Cheetu video, where I'm talking about something very silly and minor, but also like digging into the real, like, no, there's actually like thematically interesting things going on here. And like conceptually, like, again, cat thief, dog girl, like she tries to enforce justice, but like she gets caught in her own handcuffs as like a literal manifestation of like the idea that like, oh, the way you enforce justice might not be the best, might be flawed, to be done in by like the very system she's a part of, right? So it's like giving it's like a silly idea, but giving it a big grand like, oh no, but there are actual ideas, being explored here, and then just kind of ultimately ending it at like, was it just for me to ramble about Dog Girl? Let's pretend it's for important reasons.
If you follow me on Twitter, you'll have seen me talking about all the shonen movies I've been watching lately. That's because
it took me so long to make that shonen movie video. I promote my Twitch at the end of it, but I don't think there's anything else of note here. A lot of it is just, I think me talking about, like, working on the Shonen movie video, which, 3 years ago, 1 month ago. Anyway. Ranma time! Ranma's been in the corner of this stream the whole time. She's finally here. I don't know why. It's like, Ranma the character is a guy. And it's like, yeah, no, I only ever refer to Ranma as a guy. But then it's like, I talk about it in the video, that, like, for me, there's also just the concept of Femme Ranma, which is a separate thing entirely. Like, it's not me reading into the series at that point. It's just me projecting on the idea. And, you know, I talked about that with the Bloom video too, and, you know, where it goes in this video. But, like, I don't know. It's silly. That, yeah, like, the Ranma Avi I have is not Ranma the character. It's something else. I don't know. Am I making sense? I don't. Do I ever? So yeah, right, I'm supposed to be giving context for these things. So, yeah, that last video was, like, December 2020, and now it's June 2022. This video was not intended to be released during Pride Month, I don't think, but it happened, and that, you know, worked out. But it's, again, like, right under the wire, so it barely happened. And, you know, there was, like, a 1.5 year gap there where I was kind of dealing with personal things. You know, I had moved away from home, so kind of adjusting to a new life, working a different job, and kind of trying to process a lot mentally, emotionally. So, like, I just ended up not having a ton of creative energy to work with for these videos. So, yeah, I kind of disappeared for a 1.5 years. Some of that time, like, even at this point, I had been, like, the idea was I was working on the Shonen movie video that whole time. Like, that was the idea I had in mind to, like, that was the video I wanted to have come out next. But, I just kind of ran into a few different, like, writer's block moments with it. And then I ended up hyperfixating on Ranma for, like, I don't know, like a 6 to 8 month period or something like that, in the time I was away. And so I did the Danganronpa streams in 2021, where that took like 6 months. So a lot of my energy at that point might have also gone into that. But yeah, so the Shonen movie video wasn't really going very far. I was still having issues making it. So I kind of just had the attitude of, like, well, I talked about Ranma a lot on Twitter, and I'm like, if I can't make a video on Ranma when I'm, like, this obsessed with it, then, like, if I can't make a video on Ranma, I don't think I can make a video on anything. Which is kind of the mindset I am taking into the Ayakashi Triangle video I'm currently trying to write. Although it's less dramatic stakes there. I feel like with the Ranma video, you know, part of it was also to prove to myself that I can still, like, make videos. And I remember my feelings on this video being that, like, it's very, I don't think it's super polished. I feel like the editing is very functional. I don't think it has a lot of the, like, I don't think it has very many, like, flashy, like, inspired edits that I did in, like, the movie video or the Bloom video or things like that. This one, just the visuals felt very, like, functional, but not really, like, creative, I think. Yeah, I'm not, there might be other context I could give, but that's all I have for right now, so I'm gonna play it.
Hey. Hi.
Oh god, and now my
Existence
voice
is
my voice is very different, right, I forgot. Granted, like, I'm still pretty bad about voice training, So like I don't think I could like just off the cuff try and do this voice. Honestly, I'm surprised that I was able to do it at all for the video. But yeah. Anyway, I just got distracted by that. I'll play it again.
Hey. Hi. Existence is a crazy thing, huh? One moment, the pharmacist is giving me these little blue pills, and before I know it, a year has passed.
So, you know, the joke there, for someone who somehow didn't get it. Wait, hold on. I was snacking on some fruit gummies and was just like, wait, I have to pause, but I still have food in my mouth. So the joke here, it's like, oh, the pharmacist gave me little blue pills, estrogen. I started transitioning, started taking hormones. That's the bit. But like, there's layers to it because like, I remember in an old Pedantic Romantic video, I think, like, I believe she just like had a bottle of like her like estrogen and just like poured it on the table or something for like a bit. And I remembered that and I was like, oh, I can do that. But there is a tropical Skittles. They have like a blue Skittle. And a common joke is that like estrogen, it's like the titty Skittles. It's like a goofy thing that people call them sometimes. So I'm like, oh, haha, I could little blue pills, which is itself a you know, it's like taking the visual joke like layers further. Like, okay, little blue pills, it's estrogen, but the little blue pills aren't actually little blue pills. They're Skittles. They're blue Skittles because yeah.
Pills, and before I know
it's funnier when I explain the joke, right? Oh no, 69.5 thousand subscribers. I'm going down. The ship is going down. Yeah, no, that's one thing I've really noticed with these live streams in particular. Like, YouTube's automated system, it's like when you post a video, your sub count, like dead subscribers get purged, or bots or something, I'm not sure. So, like, anytime I did one of these live streams, I immediately lose, like, 40, 50 subscribers. And after doing, like, a week of those, it caught up. So I gotta make more videos to reverse that.
Year has passed, the channel's dead.
69 is always good, though. Yeah, like, what a number to stop on, right? Like, I made it to 69,000 subscribers, and then had a mental breakdown and did not post for a while. And so it's like, even coming back, I'm still at that number. It's like the universe is pranking me.
My entire self-image has been reconstructed from scratch, and the dissociation just isn't working like it used to. Depression and a host of other issues really beat me down this last year and change.
I think the point I made there about like the dissociation isn't working like it used to, it very ties back to like the Bloom video of like emotional honesty and like needing to process things. And so it's like, for years I was able to get by just ignoring my problems, but then it's like, in trying to become a better person and trying to be more like aware of my emotions, it's like, yeah, no, I can't just dissociate my way through it anymore.
And during that time, there were a number of days where I needed to just lose myself in something. I couldn't create, I couldn't go out, I could only exist until my wave of anxiety passed. Coincidentally, around the same time, I decided to check out Ranma 1/2 on the whim of a YouTube recommendation. And what started as a random interest turned out to have a lasting impact on my life. What caught my eye...
That video was a video by Core, but it was kind of a collective effort from a few different creators that contributed parts to it. It's a video about every anime that came out in 1989. And, you know, a bunch of little segments reviewing those different series. And Urban did one on Ranma 1/2, and I watched that and was like, oh, hey, this looks interesting. And then I watched Ranma, and became obsessed with Ranma, and here we are.
In the clips I saw was the way Ranma 1/2 plays with gender through its titular character's ability to transform. Even though Ranma is a guy by his own insistence, he'll often exhibit behaviors that he doesn't consider typically masculine through his female form, which serves as both an examination of gendered expectations in society, as well as insight into the personality of Ranma himself. He enjoys eating parfaits and gets flustered when he's put into situations that challenge his cool exterior. He'll let a girl carry him home when he's injured. And as the series goes on, he frequently uses the attractiveness of his female side to his advantage in spite of his hatred for the form. That's what grabbed me first and foremost, the gender swap elements and their impact on Ranma as a character. He's a shonen protagonist who can become a girl, and he's adorable, that charm aided by the show's excellent character design.
Yeah, like, the series really was, in a way, like, catered to me, like, oh, you know, I think it was Weekly Shonen Sunday, I think was the magazine it ran in, but like, you know, shonen battle protagonist, Ranma's not like a narrative shonen in that way, but it's still accurate that like he fights people and he has a lot of qualities of a shonen protagonist, running in a shonen magazine and whatnot. But then also can become a girl, which is also very much the appeal for me of Ayakashi Triangle. Which, I mean, yeah, I'll talk about Ranma a bit in that video and kind of just how one series led me to the other.
Boy Ranma being a few centimeters taller than girl Ranma makes it so that most of his clothes hang loosely on the pigtailed girl. This makes collars and sleeves look puffier to cute effect, although sometimes the shift in proportions works to show off more of her proportions. And that's not even taking into consideration
You see, it's a joke about...
all of the unique outfits Ranma would never wear in boy mode. So many good outfits. Naturally, this
Real.
height difference also accompanies a shift in how Ranma is perceived by other characters. His smaller stature reflective of that aforementioned vulnerability he opens up to. Height can often be used in
Just like Ranma wearing cute outfits, just like injected into my
exaggerated
veins.
to convey power in a given moment. And while it might be easy to look at this and
Fashion
call it
in anime
stereotypical
is
that his
good. Hot
female
take.
form would be portrayed as smaller and weaker, when taken in the context of Ranma's character and the work as a whole, it acts as yet another component in Ranma 1/2's examination of gender roles. Everything he does as a girl is
boy
still
swimsuit
him,
Ranma
so
will
any
come up.
weakness displayed in that form is ultimately tied back to his image as a guy. It also just adds a cute physicality to Ranma's dynamic with Akane. In one conflict, he can be the strong protector his fiancée admires, towering over her as he
I
does so.
do like
And in
that height
another,
dynamic
he can be
a lot.
a flawed goofball she has to look out for. They're a really sweet and wholesome couple, Akane herself being a tomboy who can't cook but can hold her own in a fight. Neither one is honest enough about their affection to ever make a move on the other without doubling back on it out of embarrassment, but they always support each other when it counts.
Akane and Ranma are definitely the best characters in the show. Like, I also like Shampoo a lot, but Ranma and Akane, it's like, they carry the show, so like, if you're not interested in them, it's gonna be rough.
Their love interests, on the other hand, are very open about who they're attracted to. A tangled web of unrequited emotion, their opposing bids for affection often build onto each other in various combinations, making them a key component in the story's longevity.
Ryoga'd probably
As an
be
example,
4.
Let's start with Shampoo. She's a girl boss, sometimes she turns into a cat. More importantly though, she's in love with Ranma. So this puts her in opposition to Akane as well
You know,
as...
it's the ultimate, like, battle between, like, who's better, the himbo or the girl boss. And, you know, it depends on the character. They're both very good either way.
and the other people who want to hook up with Ranma. That's simple enough. Ranma 1/2 has a slew of episodes centered on Shampoo pursuing Ranma and clashing with someone else who shares the same ambition. Now let's add in another subject, Ryoga. He's a himbo, and a pig. But unlike Shampoo,
Very.
Ryoga is in
Yeah, no, I knew immediately when LeChonk came out, like, you know, when they were advertising Gen 9 or whatever we're on now, that when LeChonk came out, I'm like, oh, that's just Ryoga. Oh, I'm just gonna use that as a visual in the video.
and a pig. But unlike Shampoo, Ryoga is in love with Akane.
Like, you know, Tiny Pig has the little, like, it almost looks like a tear, like, just goober energy.
Unlike Shampoo, Ryoga is in love with
It's
Akane.
just Ryoga.
Not only does that now introduce the potential premise of Ryoga pursuing Akane and coming into conflict with whoever wants Akane, but now we've got a new kind of overlap as well. Because if Shampoo wants Ranma to herself, she needs Akane out of the picture, and the best way to do that is to get Ryoga to Akane. So now you have the premise of one love interest helping another.
So I think, like, in writing that, one thing I noticed when editing it is, like, I should have ordered those in reverse, because I feel like more often in the series, it's not like Shampoo helping Ryoga. I think it's more like Ryoga you know, like, aiding like, I don't know. I'm a little disconnected from the series now, but I feel like just for a lot of episode premises, I feel like it tended to be more the other way around than the way I described it.
As an alternative way to pursue the one that they want. Then you add in another character to try to stop that from happening, and another to try to stop the latter from stopping the former, and the cycle can just keep building on itself from there. Girls fight over a guy, guys fight over a girl. Heck, there are even times when Ranma has to fight over himself as the other gender. All of this serves
Which is
to
very
hammer in
silly.
the selfish, flawed view of love this recurring
The
cast
series
has.
is very silly.
The objects of affection are viewed through this possessive lens. If every other option is removed from the picture, that object must then belong to the one who desires it. And within that framework, it's accurate to describe those pursued as objects, prizes to be fought over and won. Battles often occur without the consent of the person who represents that so-called prize. Two characters simply confront each other out of their own self-interest. So it's fitting, then, that the actual driving relationship of the series is one between two abrasive teenagers who continuously insist that they don't desire each other. Ranma himself is often on the defensive in conflicts, and in situations where he does actively pursue his own desires, like the chance to nullify his curse, his efforts come up empty. While competitive, he's rarely possessive. And when coupled with the vulnerability present in his actions as a girl, Ranma's version of...
I mean, I feel like that's just most rom-coms of this nature, that, like, yeah, why don't they just talk to each other or explain what's going on? Because then it's like, yeah, then the conflict doesn't happen, and, like, that's the fun of the format. Which, I mean, like, it can be grating for some people depending on the series, but, like, it, you know, I feel like it's fine in Ranma. Just, you know, a lot of the humor is just in the way all the characters layer on top of each other and things get more misconstrued, and yeah.
masculinity is able to be transgressive while still maintaining...
Have I seen any other, or have I read any other Rumiko Takahashi manga? No, not, well, I haven't seen it in full, but I did, a couple of years ago watch, like, somewhere between 10 and 20 episodes of Inuyasha. I haven't read any of her manga. My only experience is with the Ranma anime, and, like I said, those, like, 10 to 20 episodes of Inuyasha I watched. But then, yeah, it's like, I'm definitely interested in getting to, Urusei Yatsura one day. And I mean, like, there's other stuff too. Like, obviously, I would like to finish Inuyasha as well, but whether I do that through the manga or the anime, haven't really decided yet. Like, the big thing for recommending anime is, like, you know, it has to be pitched to me in a way that appeals to me. Like, you know, the urban discussion of Ranma, and me just seeing, like, oh, there's a lot of gender in this series, so then, you know, I checked out Ranma. It didn't take much of a pitch.
more traditional qualities.
And Inuyasha is a battle shonen, so, you know, I also have it's a more traditional battle shonen. Like, Ranma is more, like, rom-com first, and the action is, like, a way to facilitate the romantic hijinks. I mean, yeah, it's like it's anything goes martial arts, so it's not like a power system. But Inuyasha's more that type of action series. So if there would be a second one I'd check out, I'd realistically see it being that. But I am definitely interested in Urusei Yatsura as well.
With that said, not everything in Ranma 1/2 is easy to assess. For example, episode 49, Ranma's Declaration of Womanhood, takes jabs at stereotypical femininity in a comedic way that only this series can.
I was actually just talking about the two episodes I discuss here, because Shabes Caribou-kun has been going through Ranma recently, and I actually just had a conversation with him a few days ago about Ranma in these 2 episodes. So it's like fresh on my mind.
But it also has moments that might evoke different emotions from certain marginalized people. The premise of the episode is that Ranma hits his head and wakes up thinking he's a woman, while the rest of the anime makes it clear that, even in his girl form, Ranma identifies as a man. This episode subverts that. So now all of his actions are not that of a man presenting as a woman, but as a man who identifies as a woman presenting as a woman. He picks flowers, he offers to cook and clean, he feels comfortable in feminine clothing. The joke seems to revolve around undercutting traditional gender roles through Ranma's exaggerated femininity and utter rejection of masculinity. Akane challenges him to a fight, but Ranma refuses to throw a punch. When Ranma expresses concern that a dress or skirt would look bad on him, Akane responds that they look bad on her too. The point is clear that Akane isn't less of a woman for not being hyperfeminine, and that Ranma isn't more of a woman for rejecting all masculinity. The catch with this plotline is that even if this version of Ranma isn't stated to be any particular term outright, the events inherently lend themselves to a transgender reading.
Yeah, oh right, yeah, shout out Taser Lad for...
has encountered similar situations.
I screwed that up. But yeah, shout out Taser Lad for making the Ranma that is on the stream, and also for doing the art for the thumbnail. The thumbnail itself was inspired by, I forget which Ranma ED it is. It might be like 6 or 8. But this is a shot in the ED I really liked, and I basically just sent him that image and was like, hey, can you make thumbnail art of this so I can do it for a video? And, yeah, that was that.
As a gender non-conforming person. And this is indicative of other details scattered throughout Ranma's paths to a transgender reading. Especially if the viewer has encountered similar situations as a gender non-conforming person. And this is indicative of other details scattered throughout Ranma's runtime as well.
So I think, and I was talking with, like I said, I was talking with Shabes about this recently, that, like, this episode, no matter how you write it, I feel like is gonna come off as, like, pretty messy. 'Cause, like, well, maybe I should just let that section of the video finish, and then I'll get back to it.
Not saying Ranma Saotome is trans, episode 49 notwithstanding, but Ranma 1/2 the series is unavoidably trans. Gender, as well as its impact on both individuals and collective society, are a pivotal aspect of the story. The protagonist frequently transforms between genders and is molded by the role he portrays. To what extent the work was created with queer people in mind is not information I have, and I acknowledge that my perspective is decades removed from Ranma 1/2's original airing, as well as the social climate of its time. But as a queer person with knowledge of my own experiences, as well as the depiction of queer subjects in anime and media in general, I recognize the tropes and vibes when I see them.
I do think it was good to like, clarify that, you know, I'm not trying to speak, like, on the author's behalf, and I was very clear that, like, yeah, I don't know what Rumiko Takahashi's perspective was on, you know, gender non-conforming people or homosexuality or whatever at the time. There might be some kind of interview with that information out there somewhere. If there is, I haven't come across it yet. But yeah, I was very, you know, deliberate about, like, this is how, like, again, media is as much of what we bring into it as what the media brings to itself. And, you know, so, yeah, I just appreciate being very upfront that it's like, I'm not trying to speak on, like, this is what the series is trying to do, and more just, like, this is, you know, the things I take away from it. I guess it's also relevant because I was recently on the, like, Danganronpa Chapter 2 streams with Kraftsdorf, and we talked about kind of the situation with Chihiro in that chapter, and that also being, like, very... it's a very different situation, but also similar in regards of, like, what the story is doing or attempting to do, and then, like, how it comes across as, like, you know, it's yeah, I don't know.
It's the main reason Ranma clicked with me in the first place. and some of its content felt genuinely affirming to me during a tough transitional period in my life. There's resonant gender dysphoria stuff present in this very episode that I liked. Ranma's behavior and actions reflect his belief that he is a girl, so when he's forced to switch back into boy form, he becomes visibly uncomfortable with his body. In the scene I brought up earlier when Akane tries to console him about not looking good in women's clothing, he says, "You're a real woman." Akane doesn't have to perform femininity to be perceived as a woman, but in his current state, Ranma would have to, and that might not be enough. There's even a bit where he has to use a public restroom. And considering how big of a political sticking point bathroom laws have been in recent years, that's a heavy topic for a casual joke.
I do also think, like, again, couching it in what I'm bringing to the story, because, like, I don't know, you know, how big of a sticking point bathrooms specifically would have been in the 80s, especially in, like, Japan. So again, it's like, I guess it's the whole talk of, like, oh, this is aged poorly, or, yeah, it's like, I don't... Obviously, like, values and public perception is going to shift over time, so I prefer to look back at something like Ranma, and I think I do a good job in this video, that it's like, you know, not dismissing the value of what it was, you know, what the story was doing, like, at the time, or, you know, the potential impact of, like, a manga focusing on this character who frequently switches gender and, you know, encounters a lot of different situations because of it. And then how that sort of shapes his perspective and the way people view him and stuff like that. So yeah, like, I do think, you know, maybe it's just something to be careful of, that, like, not dismissing the culture that the work was created in at the time, but also still being able to address a more modern perspective coming into the material without dismissing the historical context, I guess.
A lot of driving this year, which means I've had to make a lot of rest stops, and the fear of being harassed or assaulted for such a basic necessity is very real. There are times where I don't feel safe in either space, but I don't have the luxury of transforming on the spot. In Ranma,
yeah, exactly.
that
I agree with that
anxiety
comment.
is a punchline to him being out of character, which downplays the severity of what queer people in some
Yeah, like, you know, this topic being discussed at all in the 80s is, like, notable in itself.
situations actually experience. While I wouldn't say this for the rest of the series, Ranma genuinely reads as a trans woman here. So when the cast rejects this new Ranma at every turn, let's just say I debated using she/her pronouns for this part.
So I think the way that I would talk about this now, I think, tweak this section a bit, because of course I would. I'm a trans person talking about my experiences as being a trans person, so of course I'm insecure about people jumping down my throat over saying something wrong. Sorry, I'm insecure. So, like, how I would write this now, I think, like, I think it's pretty obvious, like, where I'm coming from, but I maybe could have been a little better at speaking, like, you know, Ranma in that episode reads as a trans woman to me as a trans woman. I did get a comment or two, about how you could potentially read Ranma 1/2 from a trans mask perspective. I mentioned it briefly with, like, the aside of the boy swimsuit tweet, that, like, yeah, non-binary people, trans women, trans men, hell, cis people probably could relate to Ranma too on some level somehow. But that, like, yeah, I think this episode is interesting, I guess, if you approach it from a trans mask perspective, because, like, it's definitely a reading that I think has value and like, makes sense. I just don't have that personal experience. But that, like, you know, Ranma is a guy who is, like, forcibly through the, his curse, like, forcibly, at points switched to, you know, being a woman, when it's like Ranma is a guy, and he's very insistent on that the entire time, no matter what form he's in. So, like, yeah, you could definitely read that as, trans mask, that it's like this curse potentially like trying to fit him into a box that is just not him. There's only so much that like I can think to say on that as not being a trans man, but it's the sort of thing where like having different perspectives represented and things like this is really interesting. So maybe there already could be a video of like a trans mask perspective on Ranma 1/2. I'm not sure. Or someone could make that video, and I feel like it'd be really valuable. But like I guess how it pertains to this episode, what I was saying earlier, that like the episode's going to be messy no matter how you do it, because I think the one thing it does sort of get away with, or how I can kind of dismiss the parts of it that, rub me the wrong way as a trans girl, it's still couched in the characters are the characters are rejecting Ranma in this, memory loss form, because like Ranma's not being Ranma. Ranma has totally different interests. And, maybe it could be representative of like I think let me just pull up my DMs with Shabes and reference it directly. No, maybe that's not the right way to do it. I'll just try to remember off the cuff. But yeah, that like you could also potentially read it as like, it playing into a fear that trans people have, that like, or maybe not that trans people have, but that cis people might have as well, that like, oh, you're worried that like, a person transitioning, that they're going to become a totally different person. And so like in this episode, Ranma loses his memory and is a totally different person. Like he's not Ranma. And that's obviously not how transitioning works, but on like an interpersonal level, that could be something that, the family or friends of a trans person might sort of have to grapple with themselves. So you could potentially see this episode being kind of a representation of that in a way. It does bother me because like, because it's like, I read that then as like, I'm a trans girl. So like if my family and friends reacted in this way, where they were just vehemently opposed to any change. And like, what bothers me in this episode too is that Akane is like, she tries to be sympathetic, but she's very aggressive and like spiteful to anything that memory loss Ranma does, and totally rejecting any type of femininity, which makes sense in the context of the episode because Ranma isn't being Ranma. Ranma's being a totally different person. But, so that's why, like, I can kind of hand wave it away, that it's like, yeah, this episode makes me uncomfortable in certain ways, but it's like, they're not rejecting Ranma being trans, they're rejecting Ranma not being Ranma. But yeah, I feel like if you read this episode in like a trans mask way, you could see it as like Ranma losing his memories is almost like a nightmare, that like he is being like fully like boxed into this idea of like if it's a trans mask narrative, then it's like, this is like taking away Ranma's personhood and just making him like an ideal woman, which is not what a trans man wants to be. That's not what a trans man is. So, but I feel like that would also still potentially, because then it's like, then the aggressive rejection of that memory loss Ranma could maybe be seen almost in a more like, it'd be more accepting of the gender nonconformity rather than less accepting. But then I still think there'd be kind of an issue with it. I'm not going to remember that rest of that thought, am I? I don't know. That's just the thing with Ranma 1/2 is like, and I talk about it in the video, which is also something I like, that it is messy, but I like that it's messy. I like that even if there are issues I have with the material, it still approaches it at all and makes me think about these different perspectives and, you know, different ways of presenting material like this, of presenting gender nonconformity. So yeah, it's a very complicated episode. I feel like no matter how you rewrite it, you know, you can't strip away the, like, complexity of it, that, like, it's all very tangled, the way that, like, the characters are reacting to Ranma being out of character, but also then that brushing up against, like, rejecting of gender nonconformity. Yeah, it's like, I probably could make a whole video about that episode in particular. And I think there are a few other Ranma episodes that I could probably do that with, but that wasn't really what this video is about. But yeah, it's just very, very interesting episode.
Is this transphobic? I can't fault anyone for taking offense to the episode, but if it's transphobia, it's within a broader framework that is trans as hell. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's without value.
Yeah, there we
I'm still
go.
connected with the struggle presented in this episode.
今までのことは自分の体験じゃないようなひどく実感がなくて他人の記憶みたいな感じなんです
And yeah, now talking about the parts in the episode that I did connect to, even if on the whole the episode is very messy.
The feeling of awakening later in life, the disconnect looking back on my past self, that's not how everyone comes to terms with their identity, but it's how my experience was. I hit my head on a rock and no, that part didn't happen. When people talk about transphobia or anything like it, there's often a dividing line between what's good and bad, equivalent to what's accepting or alienating. But it's not always a binary topic. Ranma 1/2 has some tricky content in this regard, but it's the messier material that often gave me the most to think about and appreciate.
I think maybe like another hypothetical sort of way that, like, you know, you could have a character be transphobic, but is like not like the moral center of the story, that like that character being transphobic is very much a character flaw and a bad thing. But it doesn't have to be that black and white either. There's just a lot of, yeah, there's value in having it presented at all, so long as it's not like written with the intent of being like hateful and trying to cut down other like minorities and stuff.
The other episode that stands out on this
J.K.
topic
Rowling.
is the introduction of Tsubasa. After initially appearing to be an unrelenting lesbian who the cast try to put back on the straight and narrow, it's revealed in the end that Tsubasa is actually a male crossdresser. The twist leans into a common transphobic trope wherein a character's true identity acts as shock value, their secret a source of disgust or danger to other people. And while Tsubasa's case definitely ticks those boxes, there's more going on around it. Not only does the twist rely on his identity being hidden, but it also plays off of Ranma's situation in addition to Ukyo's history as a girl who abandoned her womanhood. It exaggerates the tropey gender reveal by having multiple separate revelations throughout the episode. The cast assumes that Tsubasa was attracted to Ukyo as a guy, but that's proven false. Ranma reveals he's a guy to Tsubasa, who then reveals he's a guy to Ranma. Finally, the whole episode is flipped on its head when it turns out that Ukyo already knew Tsubasa's identity from the fact that they both attended a boys-only school. The end result might be painfully heteronormative, but it's composed of factors that are anything but. It relies on the two most gender-fluid characters in the series and introduces a third in the process. Not everyone is going to vibe with that presentation for understandable reasons, and these certainly aren't the only examples in the series with a similar tone.
Yeah, and oh god, my voice. Yeah, that episode is similarly like complicated, where like initially, like, most of the episode comes off as like just homophobia, that the cast is rejecting. Like, yeah, they're trying to put Tsubasa back on the straight and narrow, like, oh, this girl being attracted to other girls is a problem, it's non-conforming and we should try and fix her. But then actually it's like the girl was a guy. And even like, you know, the concept of like Tsubasa and Ukyo both going to a boys-only school, but like one of them is a girl who was kind of presenting as a guy, and then the other one is a guy who presents as a girl. So it's like there's a lot going on, and you know, Ranma being there as well. So it's like every character that has some sort of weird gender fuckery going on is all tied into that episode. So like I can't just look at that episode and be like, ooh, it has the predatory cross-dresser trope. That's it's a bad episode, because it's like it's just so interesting that it ties all of these different things together. It's like there's no way you can view that episode in just a purely like cis-het way. On some level, it forces the viewer to like question some sort of thought about any of sexuality, gender, yeah.
But there are plenty of other moments that achieve the opposite effect. The anime has this tongue-in-cheek approach to fan service where all of the frontal nudity is centered on Ranma, the one girl who's actually a guy. So on that basis alone,
Cleverly cutting
the viewer's
away to not get
perception is already being
demonetized.
challenged. Characters like Akane and Ukyo are shown to love Ranma the way he is, girl form and all. There was also the arc when he was stuck in girl mode, and he had to pose as a boy posing as a girl to disguise the fact that he actually was a boy in the body of a girl.
Peak.
Heck, that one time Ranma switched to boy mode while wearing a wedding dress. Or really any instance of Ranma wearing cute, girly outfits. My favorite screen cap...
Yeah, like that episode where, like, I think it's Moose's introduction, where, like, Ranma, it has been, like, stuck in girl mode from some kind of curse. So it's like, but Ranma has to fight Moose. So, like, Ranma is a guy who's, like, been in the girl form, but then has to present as a guy to fight Moose, because Ranma doesn't want to be revealed that, like, he can switch genders. So it's like, yeah, he's a guy pretending... No, like, girl form pretending to be a guy while being a guy pretending... Not pretending to be a girl, but, like, in girl mode. It's so silly and good.
I took is from an episode where Femme Ranma
There
wears
we
a
go,
swimsuit
boy.
with boy written on the chest.
Boy
And
swimsuit
when I posted that
Ranma.
on Twitter, I got a variety of replies from folks all across the gender spectrum.
I had to show it this way. Like, I wanted to view the quote tweets, but Twitter just doesn't work anymore. So I couldn't do that. I couldn't find them.
Who felt represented by that image in their own way. I like to talk about media that resonate with me, and the goal of my channel is to share that connection with other people. Even if a majority of my viewers won't care, or have already seen it, I want the ones who have never seen Ranma 1/2 to check it out and find something that resonates with them. And I know that my videos can reach people unfamiliar with the main subject, because that happened with the Bloom video, and it was very unexpected. Honestly, my primary fixation wasn't even on Ranma himself, but more so the aesthetic of Femme Ranma, the ideal gender-transcending boy, girl, boy. I liked seeing her beat people up and embody Ranma's more masculine traits, but it was equally fun seeing her wear cute outfits and be performatively hyper-feminine.
So yeah, it's like now I've switched the pronouns I'm using, but it's like it's very like to distinguish. I'm not referring to Ranma the character. I'm referring to like the concept of Ranma as a gender non-conforming icon.
She is extremely gender, and sometimes you need the type of good vibes that only come from an unrealistic, unattainable goal when you're being ground to dust by existence. While watching this anime, I managed to accept myself a little more. I'm non-confrontational to a detrimental degree, which means I struggle to be assertive about most things. So, since people would see me as male by default, I had been uncertain on if I could actually commit to being a trans woman. I put off going on HRT for so long that an image of me as a girl seemed unreachable.
And I wish
but
I
if you had
hadn't.
asked me how I actually felt, I'd have said that I couldn't see myself as a man. I wanted to be a girl. So when I watched Ranma 1/2 and projected so strongly onto Femme Ranma, It clicked into place that my ideal was that of a basic bitch trans girl, and that I was simply too insecure about not passing to actively assert myself as such. From there, I finally found the motivation to come out of my workplace, try some new outfits, paint my nails, and start voice training. And the key word there is start voice training. It needs a lot of work.
Still
I could have
does.
been doing most of that years ago when I first realized I was trans, but I wasn't confident in myself. Now, in part because of this anime, but also in large part because of some amazing friends, I'm focusing less on who I'm perceived to be, and more on who I want to be. Sure, I'll never be Ranma, but at least I'll actually get to be me.
Yeah, it's so funny how
Hey.
how this video essentially ends on like the same note as the Bloom video, just from a very different place. Sure, I'll play the outro.
Hi.
I think it's important.
I never intended to take a whole year off. After the Bloom video, I spent a few months watching a bunch of shonen movies
And I was still
outlining a pretty
working on
lengthy
this.
script around that. I just felt like it was missing something and couldn't figure out what that was. Typical writer's block, that's nothing new for me. But in March I started spiraling. Between working throughout the pandemic and learning to live on my own, the stress caught up to me. I frequently had panic attacks and would shut down for the day after I got home from work, often just to turn around and repeat the cycle again. Then time slipped away from me, and I gradually found myself months and months disconnected from my projects for this channel. YouTube has been a constant in my life since 2012. It's been one of the few skills I've managed
Random
to hone,
college
the one
footage
creative
jump
outlet I've
scare.
had to express who I am and see that progress from my teens into adulthood. But in 2021, I lost it. And that was scary. It was frustrating. It felt like I had lost a part of me at a time when I had nothing left to give. Even now, I'm still working towards regaining mental stability. But looking back on it all, I can at least say this.
Definitely
in
still
my
I
Bloom
am
video,
as well.
I said I was going to change. And you know what? I changed.
Yo!
I still haven't figured out what I want to be doing with my life in the long run, but for the moment at least, YouTube is what I know and enjoy. Maybe there will be a time when I outgrow it for good, but that hasn't happened yet. I'll see you in the next video.
And it might have taken another year and a half, but I made another video. This is like 45 minutes, so I'm probably going to take another quick bathroom break before starting it, just so I can, you know, get through it. Yeah, the Ranma video, I would also say, is good. It definitely doesn't, like... I don't like it as much as the Shonen movie video or the Bloom video or like most of the Togashi month videos. Like, I do think it's something that could have used more polished, but it kind of ties back to one of the ending notes on the Bloom video, that like this video had to exist now and in its current form. That like, if I just didn't, like, yeah, I could endlessly tweak that video's presentation and then just never post the thing. And at some point, it's like, as a creator, at some point, you know, I kind of just have to, you know, post the thing and just accept it as it is, because, you know, I want to move on to other ideas. And that, I was really stuck on that with the Shonen movie video for a while. And I think that's kind of why, like, if I was going to come back to YouTube in the way I'm trying to now, I had to finish the Shonen movie video, because the Shonen movie video was like, it felt like if I couldn't finish that video, then I wasn't going to make any more videos. It was a concept that I had laid out for myself. Like, I was already like working on it, kind of like, I think I had the idea like around when I was doing the Jobber video, maybe even like when I first had the idea, and then I started like actively working on it like around a little after the Bloom video. So yeah, it's just like some videos are just like a hurdle that I have to get over, and the Ranma video was kind of that. Like, I needed to prove to myself that I could still make videos even if it wasn't perfect. And then the Shonen movie video was that for a different reason. So yeah, we will resume with that movie video in a few minutes. I'm going to take another quick bathroom break, refill my water, and then 45 minutes of movie video. Alright. Headphones. One last video to watch, and then this is over. I'll have done it. I can't stick around, and I missed most of these, but good luck. Hey, yeah, thanks for stopping in and giving a little, you know, a little support here at the end. Yeah, no, just again to anyone who's watching the VODs after the fact or in the live chat now, just thank you all for for watching these and for sticking with me over the years. You know, I've been doing this for a while, so I obviously don't know, like, when people got introduced to me, what video or what year, but just, yeah, like, even if you found my channel through the Shonen movie video, which, I don't think I've seen any of those yet, but, yeah, appreciate all of you. Let me go retweet the stream link one more time. And then I can stop with that. All right. This video, I might talk about this one differently. Like, that's kind of the problem. Maybe not problem, but like anytime I did a Let's Talk About Me in the past, it would always be like whatever my most recent video that I made would be the one that like I have the like strongest feeling towards. Like, you know, when I made the Talk No Jutsu video, I'm like, oh, it's a real paradigm shift in my content. It really shaped like where my content was going to go in the future. And then you know, like Bloomin' to You was a really big personal achievement for me. So like that one obviously resonated with me a lot. And then with the Shonen movie video, it definitely, this video was a little different. It was much more of a, like, concept video rather than a, you know, I want to explore, like, my personal, you know, like, the way I connect with an anime like Ranma or Bloomin' to You. Those videos were very, like, personally driven. It's a weird distinction to make because, you know, any video is personally driven because it's my interests that get me to, you know, pursue the topic in the first place. But yeah, this video is more about the concept of the shonen filler movie, less about me, to the point where I deliberately avoided giving, like, my personal recommendations of what films I think are good and bad, because I feel like I was worried a video like this would get boiled down to that. Like, oh, what are the good movies? What are the bad movies? And, like, kind of skip over everything else that I had to say. And I did not want this video to be just simplified to that. So I just decided to not recommend any movies in particular outside of, like, you know, Baron Matsuri. It's like why I made the video, so that's kind of a different example. But yeah, I might do another video kind of giving more personal recommendations of like what movies I thought were good and which ones I didn't like as much. I obviously have the whole tier list stream on the side channel that I linked in a previous stream. I feel like I have something in my throat. And yeah, it's like minimum I want to make a video on the Hunter x Hunter movies because it's Hunter x Hunter and I have a lot of things to say. But yeah, who knows? I might be done with this concept or I might revisit it. I would like to make something out of all the extra work I did to watch every movie and then not even talk about some of them. But yeah, let's get started.
One of the stories I still remember from my experience at Anime Expo 2018 was hearing about fans waiting in line for the My Hero Academia 2 Heroes premiere. AX is infamous for its long lines, but that year was especially bad because the convention happened to take place during a brutal California heat wave.
I also did try something a little bit, like, In some of my older videos, I definitely used to kind of overproduce my audio a little bit in post. Like, I'd, like, add bass to it and take out some of the, like, higher ranges that, like, you know, whatever is good audio, you know, like sound. I'm not like an audio engineer though, so it's like whatever is good to do, but just in a slapdash way, I guess. Like whatever I tried to do. And then for a while I kind of cut that back, and you know, I'm learning a new editing program. Like that was a big challenge with this video, was just, you know, editing it in something I had no experience in. So I kind of tried to mess with the audio again and give it a little, you know, give it a little more to like stand out in the audio mix from the music. And I don't know, I might stick with it, I might not.
People showed up like 6 hours before the panel was even scheduled to start just to ensure they could see this movie on the big screen.
So I was looking for anime that I knew had crowd shots in it to talk about the convention, or specifically anime that went to conventions. And I'm like, okay, off the top of my head, I can think of Oriimo, and then the other one I thought of was Anime Gataris, which is a random 2017 seasonal. I did not know when I pulled up the episode that there was just a fucking Dragon Ball and Ranma and Kinnikuman reference all wrapped into one with this one character. And I was just like, well, I have to put that in the video now. I can't just leave that. So, yeah, I had a little existential crisis when I came across this.
Screen with their friends. And as someone who chose not to attend that screening, I couldn't grasp that dedication for the longest time. I couldn't imagine being that excited for glorified filler.
The visual component of this edit was definitely kind of a struggle, because a lot of it is I'm just talking very conceptually. So like this intro paragraph, I only had some visuals in mind when writing it, so like, yeah, I did my best.
That might sound harsh, and it definitely was a negative assumption at the
I think
time.
I did really good
but
in some
even
places,
if we set
though.
aside judgments of quality, which I will delve into later, the term filler specifically was a suitable comparison. Just as anime-only arcs will introduce new characters and plot lines in a self-contained package that has little impact on the main story.
Brandon King had a comment. The Hunter x Hunter Phantom Rouge movie. Love the scene where Killua tries to off himself in front of a train and Gon saves him. For me, it's like, it definitely is a scene that's indicative of their dynamic for sure. It felt really on the nose for me. Like, when I watch that scene, I'm just kind of like, I find it humorous because it's like, it's so heavy leaning into the emotions, and like, you know, that's cool too. I'm not saying the scene shouldn't have existed, but it's just like, I don't know. That scene hit a little differently for me personally.
Generally speaking, the same holds true for these productions. They might not serve the purpose of filling time within the adaptation itself, but in basically every other way, they are standalone filler side stories.
Yeah, I did have the thought, kind of the mental debate over like whether I should call this a guide to shonen battle movies and leave it kind of more neutral, or a guide to shonen filler movies, which is like the way they're constructed. I just said in the video is like similar to filler arcs in a TV series, just without needing to buy time. And I ultimately went with filler because like that's just what I refer to them as like the entire time I've been working on this. But also I think the negative connotation with filler is like very like it's like what I'm kind of talking about in the video. Like people would say that like filler is bad inherently, and some people think that like shonen movies are, you know, very similar to filler in that way, that they're just taking resources away from the main series, and like they're not worth time or they're not inspired. And so I decided to go with the title of shonen filler movies because, you know, there are canon ones, and which I also talk about in the video, but yeah, I just felt like shonen filler movies felt more, it just felt more right.
With that in mind, it's easy to see why I would have been so dismissive during that convention. Maybe I would have stood in line for hours during a heat wave to see an anime movie with my friends.
In fact, I had my own similar story a year later when I watched the Promare premiere. But that was an original property from an acclaimed director, not a trashy cash grab tie-in. I'd never go so far for a movie like that. Not when there's precedent to suggest the story won't even be above average.
I also like this framing where I kind of open the video talking about like being confused about like why did so many people show up like 6 hours before this My Hero Academia movie screening. It's a shonen filler movie. It's not gonna be life-changing. And then like, you know, poking at myself like, yeah, but I did that for Promare, but then trying to justify that with like, oh, but it wasn't a shonen filler movie. Like Promare changed my life. Promare was like, you know, Hiroyuki Imaishi, and like it's Trigger, it's gay, it's Promare. When it's like, no, there really is no meaningful distinction. It's like at the end of the day, I waited in line to see a movie at a convention just like the other people did. And then also taking it further that like I spent way more than 6 hours working on this video, so who won in the end?
But for the people who did make it into that AX showing, I'm sure the community aspect of the experience made it worthwhile. Despite my objections, that's probably the ideal way to engage with these projects. Get some friends together and have fun with it. If it's good, you can all get hyped. And if it's bad, you can laugh about it. There doesn't have to be anything beyond a surface.
When I don't want to do intrusive self-promotion, but it's like, that's just how YouTube works. So I was like, yeah, I'll throw it in the corner. I don't know if it works at all. I maybe could have just had a section in the video of like, hey, this is what I do, to go check those out. But I don't know, I'm insecure and I hate when people stop the videos to just promote things. I want it to be like diegetic, but it's like that's not how YouTube works really.
This level. Not everyone is a YouTuber who will dedicate a chunk of their life to breaking down how these movies are designed. Plus, the convention anecdote was a bit of an extreme example. Most people would just be watching these at home, and even in a theater, lines normally wouldn't be that long. Those people at AX were crazy? Nah. If anything, I'm the real fool. Y'all might have casually watched a couple of these films and moved on with your life, but not me. I decided I'd try reevaluating my stance. And to do that, I watched not quite everything, but much more than the average person. And that took way more than 6 hours.
Time to find out if I
you're
did
ready
good
for a journey.
audio
'cause
balancing
I sure wasn't.
with this. Oh yeah, it's actually kind of quiet. So I would say I succeeded then. See, it's like I even did it in the video chapter. It's like, oh, it's like the opening credits in a movie.
So
like,
just where
like
did
it's-
this trend begin?
it's meta.
Serialized media receiving some sort of theatrical content is hardly a new concept, of course, but even looking strictly at anime, studios like Toei Animation and Mushi Production had been making movie retellings of their ongoing properties as early as the 1960s. Whether that involved combining a few scattered episodes or condensing the entire plot tended to vary, but regardless, that's not quite the same as an original storyline. That approach didn't become codified until the 70s, and it didn't begin with animation either.
Shout out Craft Store for helping me have reference footage.
It actually traces back to tokusatsu, a style of live-action media that focused primarily on practical special effects. The impact of toku in anime extends far beyond this particular instance, from individual creators taking inspiration from shows like Ultraman and Super Sentai, to production staff such as scriptwriters and voice actors taking roles in both, to entire franchises incorporating common toku elements as part of their foundation, to name a few examples.
I feel like I did the best that I could with this section, because I definitely did my best to, like, look into, you know, dates and, like, what was going on in Toku around, you know, the 70s and the 80s and, you know, compared to what anime was doing, or the 60s. And, you know, there were a number of, like, details in this video that it's like, well, I could avoid talking about it, but then the video doesn't feel complete. So I definitely pushed myself with, like, researching for this video, even if it's, like, I don't have a lot of experience writing videos that require research, or, you know, some of the videos I did in 2017, I just didn't do research and didn't think that they needed research, when it's like, no, they needed research. So, like, with this video, I definitely think there are areas where, I think it's definitely still an area that I could improve on a lot, as far as, like, citing things in my videos, but just, like, knowing what needs to be cited if I say something, you know, like bringing up a concept or idea or something and not just pulling it from the ether. But the big things in this video for me that I wanted to be, like, put in, like, a good effort to figure out, and thus were, like, the trickiest parts for me to write and work on, was, like, talking about Toku as, like, connected to anime, and how you know, Toku had sort of an influence both on anime in a lot of ways. The other one was anime production. I think those were the two parts of the script that I essentially finished last, and, like, I had pretty much everything else written out, but those were the details that I really wanted to make sure I got them to a point where I'm like, maybe I'm misinformed in some ways, but at that point it's like someone can correct me and point me in the right direction, and I'll, like, fix it in like a pinned comment or something. And that's really all I can do. I feel like try to do the best I can with researching where necessary, and you know, not be worried about making mistakes, because it's like I don't want to spread misinformation, so I don't want to not make the effort, but it's like I'm not going to be perfect with it, especially because it's like it's not something I have a ton of experience with, so it's just something I'll try to work on more in the future.
Much like with anime, there were several tokusatsu titles that adapted television material into a theatrical format, but it wasn't until Kamen Rider vs. Shocker in 1972 that a TV series received an original tie-in movie.
Right. I did also have the thought of potentially, like, passing off editing for this section to someone who would be, like, more familiar with Toku reference footage. But I ultimately just decided to do it myself, because, like, I don't know, if I take, like, the editing out of my hands, it doesn't feel like my video anymore. And I think just with how I wrote this section, also tying into, you know, Weekly Shonen Jump and Toei Animation in the 80s, like, it didn't really feel like a long enough section to warrant passing off to someone else.
This opened the floodgates for properties such as Ultraman, Super Sentai, and others that would cement the trend alongside Kamen Rider throughout the decade. By the time the 80s rolled around, it was only natural that a growing anime industry would mirror this trend. In the case of Toei Company, they already had experience marketing their tokusatsu properties alongside their animated works through the Toei Manga Matsuri, a children's film festival that began in the 1960s. From TV episodes of Sally the Witch, to Digimon Adventure, to a collection of tokusatsu screenings, to even a re-release of Disney's 101 Dalmatians, the Toei Manga Matsuri featured iconic work from multiple studios and remained prominent in different incarnations until 2002. This film festival served as a launching pad for the other notable shift at Toei Animation in the early 1980s, a blossoming relationship with Shueisha and their manga magazine, Weekly Shonen Jump.
Right. Also, for a lot of the things I'm saying here, I do have, like, a doc in the description. Because I could have just put it in the description of the video, but I felt like it would take up so much space in the description that I just decided to make a separate doc for it. So yeah, I mean, that might be something I do more in the future if I have a lot of things to reference. Or if I just, like, cite one thing, it'll probably just be in the description. But yeah, so, like, this reference footage and everything, like, I have links and stuff in that.
During this time, Weekly Shonen Jump was still years away from the golden age that would make it the most popular weekly shonen magazine. And while Jump manga had been adapted into animation as early as 1969, the concept of the long-running Jump adaptations we know today wasn't codified yet. It may have been done before, but it wasn't the standard. That all began to change in 1981 with the adaptation of Dr. Slump, an Akira Toriyama gag manga that would give key figures at Jump experience in how to oversee an anime adaptation.
I'm also a big fan of using Kaus Theater as the framing device. Because, like, some of the movies had different aspect ratios. And also, like, for copyright reasons, you know, having it kind of crunched down smaller on the screen, plus that I can, like, cite things at the top. Yeah, I just really like how this came together.
Besides running for 5 years, outpacing its source material, and spawning a handful of movies, Dr. Slump had a tremendous impact on how Toei Animation would engage with a magazine. And though the adaptation was deemed unsuccessful in the eyes of Toriyama's editor, Kazuhiko Torishima, it nevertheless led the charge for other Jump properties to be cross-promoted alongside it, like Kinnikuman in 1984.
I am so glad that this clip did not get hit for copyright.
Other non-Jump adaptations, shonen or otherwise, produced outside of Toei, such as Urusei Yatsura and the almighty Doraemon, are likewise notable in pushing the trend forward, but I call attention to the Arale-chan Kinnikuman cross-promotion for a few reasons. The first and most obvious is that I have a history of covering shonen battle anime and manga. Between scripted videos on this channel and years of podcasts,
I do feel like maybe the visual flow gets broken up a little bit by like just cutting away to different things and not like I don't use Kaus Theater throughout the whole video. And like on one hand, I'm like I like that it breaks up the visuals a little bit so that it doesn't just get too like monotonous. But then also I look at it and I'm like, but the visual cohesion isn't there.
discussing material that spans decades of publication. So while other genres and demographics have their own defining franchises with their own unique styles, I'm not the person who can do those titles justice. The second and more important reason...
Oh, I didn't end up including it in the outro, because I honestly just cut the outro from this video and just ended it on where... the main point in the script ended because I thought it felt more impactful. But like, you know, I kind of referenced Precure there, and there are other franchises like Pokemon or other franchises that also do, like Detective Conan, you know, things that also have their own, you know, plethora of movies to explore. So like, it could potentially be interesting to do a video similar to this, looking at like, I don't know, Precure films or the Pokemon films or something like that. Some of that might also just not be like, and I said it in the video that, you know, I have experience with battle shonen, so that's why I'm talking about, you know, shonen filler movies. But maybe someone else could make the video on magical girl movies or, you know, what have you.
Is that long-running shonen franchises
movies,
have maintained
whatever.
the trend of consistent theatrical tie-ins, in large part due to their length. After all, a production committee likely won't continue to greenlight promotional films if there's no original product to continue promoting. Before Dr. Slump, there weren't many properties boasting episode counts in the hundreds to the point of receiving a handful of films. But following its success were other juggernauts, like the aforementioned Kinnikuman,
I saw
Fist
it
of
as
the North
you in the
Star,
front row of a
Saint
movie
Seiya,
theater
Slam
with,
Dunk, and many others.
With a mic connected to the speakers and the viewers in the back rows. Oh, that's actually kind of clever. I didn't think of it that way, but I can pretend like I did. It's my idea now, not yours.
Chief among them being Akira Toriyama's other hit
That's how to
manga.
be a
We even
YouTuber,
got
right?
one-
You don't cite things, you just steal from other people and claim it as your own. Maybe I should start doing that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm joking.
Could be seen as a neat
I'm not
passing of
going
torch
down the
moment
villain
when,
route.
on December 20th, 1986, 2 years after initially sharing the stage with Arale-chan, Kinnikuman unveiled its 7th and final film, alongside the first of many installments to be given the title Dragon Ball. For some people, the first franchise that comes to mind regarding shonen movies would be Dragon Ball Z. And yes, I specifically mean Z in this context.
I'm gonna stop because I put a lot of you know, a cool, like, some of the edits I do in this video were kind of just to reteach me editing techniques I already knew, but just in an old program. So, like, you know, I'm gonna stop here on me masking out the Dragon Ball from the Dragon Ball Z opening, because I am proud of it. It's for a few seconds. It's like the YouTuber thing of like putting a lot of time into little edits that aren't on screen very long. But I was happy with this one, so I got my money's worth out of it here.
Early Dragon Ball did receive 3 movies of its own, which is hardly a number to sneeze at, but those films were constructed completely differently. Like many titles before it, the original trilogy of Dragon Ball films were retellings of existing material, albeit with their own unique creative vision.
The music selection for this video was also kind of tough, because it's a 45-minute video, so like to have background music throughout the whole thing and keep it interesting and like tonally relevant, it was a journey.
Rubies is the search for the Dragon Balls, Sleeping Princess and Devil's Castle is Lunch's introduction, and Mystical Adventure is, get ready, 2
She
tournament
fucking
arcs
died.
and the Red Ribbon Army saga. The same is true of Path to Power, the 4th project to be promoted under the original Dragon Ball name, though that film came out after the end of DBZ's TV broadcast. Naturally, there are original characters and narrative beats mixed in so that the manga content can still function as a self-contained movie, but they aren't outright movie exclusive plot
Mystical
lines.
Adventure is kind of wild. There's it's like a completely unique premise, like cramming together 3 different story arcs, and like probably has the most that Chaozu's ever a focal character. And like focusing on the dynamic with Chaozu and Ten Shinhan. Yeah, it's an interesting movie.
This approach has its own pros and cons.
Like, I think that's also the approach I took to this video in general, that like, whether I like a movie or not, most of them like have some sort of interesting idea or framing device or character or something that like is interesting. Lunch instead of launch. Her name is Lunch. Like that was Toriyama's name pun. I kind of go back and forth, I think, on pronunciations. I think I decided to go with Lunch because like we read the manga, and I don't know, that was just how she was in my head now. And also, like, maybe someone will stop in the YouTube comments and be like, lunch? Don't you mean launch? And engagement bait. Got him. Did I actively think of that at the time? I don't think so. Maybe passively. I don't know.
Depending on the content. On the one hand, since movies
Right, because there's also a point where I mention Icarus, and I wasn't sure, like, do I want to use the Japanese name Higher Dragon? And I think I just went with what flowed in the script better.
operate on a totally different production schedule than a TV series, the art and animation quality is almost guaranteed to be a step above. Pair that with a story arc that fans are nostalgic for, and the result is a satisfactory montage of
Like,
hit moments.
this little, the like, clip with Yamcha in particular, sometimes in editing, like, you put a clip down and it works with the music in a way that, like, wasn't even necessarily intentional. Like,
Since movies operate on a totally different production schedule
like, this
than a
one
TV
kinda
series,
cuts
the
on,
art and animation quality
like,
is almost guaranteed to be a
I didn't
step
even
above.
have to tweak the visual there. Like, it just happens to cut almost exactly on the, like, beat of the music. And so I'm like, yep, that's gonna stay there. Moving on.
Pair that with a story arc that fans are nostalgic for.
I like doing
and
a
the
lot of things
result
like
is
that.
a satisfactory montage of hit moments.
Which is also why, like, I really put a lot of focus on, like, what music I was using, because I like to edit to the music. So, you know, sometimes people are like, you know, sometimes people just listen to listen to the video in the background, but it's like, I'm making a video, so I want to utilize the visuals. and like the audio visual synergy. So, yeah, I hope people appreciate the little edits that I do.
Future material can even be added retroactively to better emphasize particular moments or characters. A good example of that is Gintama's Benizakura film, which includes a flashback
Whoa.
of Gintoki and Shoyo that didn't come up until several
Praising
months later.
Gintama?
It fits both the content and pacing
Me?
of the film by offering a deeper perspective on Gintoki's character within that self-contained format. And because Benizakura is such a short arc, occupying just 4 TV episodes and 9 manga chapters, there's room to add material without any major omissions. Very rarely is that the case, however. One Piece's episode of Alabasta restructures a
This
few
video
details in a way
is
I
like
enjoyed.
the one you'll get of me like offering, like, you know, talking about Kinnikuman and Gintama respectfully. Maybe my opinion on Gintama will change if I revisit it, not in the confines of the Nen show. But like, yeah, no. One thing, I wasn't gonna talk about anything disrespectfully in this video. Not even the people I was addressing. Like with the opening anecdote and how like, it actually the joke turns back on me. But yeah, it's like if I'm making a more, like, this video is definitely more meant to be more like informative than personal. So, no, I was not going to be biased against Gintama or Kinnikuman when it would have just undercut the video.
Like including a piece of Robin's backstory to fill out her role, but my reaction was mostly defined by observing what was cut. This is all too understandable when you consider that Alabasta was a massive arc that paid off a saga of storylines. The TV series spent 39 episodes on it, the manga 63 chapters, so the writers had to cut material for it to fit a 90-minute screenplay. For shonen battle stories, that's a far more likely outcome, which is why these retellings can sometimes feel like speedruns or highlight reels. This is what makes the movie exclusive plot lines so distinct by comparison. They at least present the prospect of new content, albeit with their own strengths and weaknesses. Most of the initial 13 DBZ films follow the same formula to the letter. Introduce a new antagonist for the characters to fight, have a big fight scene. It's that simple. Sometimes there are minor villains who get their own separate fights, sometimes the big bad has connections to a canon character. There are variations in how the formula is presented, but fundamentally, they're pretty similar. That's not a qualitative statement, as fans have varying opinions on which films stand above the others, but rather an observation of a specific structural approach. What distinguishes each movie from the next is not the protagonists, but the antagonists. They are the ones who carry the narrative weight, and if there's a theme or character arc to be found, it runs through them.
Oh, right, chat, I'm gonna be petty for a second. Let me know how you feel about the pacing of this video, because I definitely got a comment on this one. I think it was just one. That was like, make your videos more concise, and I'm like, I feel like I did a pretty good job at not dwelling on any point for too long, and, you know, like, I don't know how I could have made this video shorter. This isn't like one of those, you know, multi-hour YouTube plot summary, you know, video essays in air quotes. Like, this was, yeah, just, I'm being petty.
Cooler's hubris, Garlic Jr.'s greed, Goku and the gang serve as counterpoints to these
Like,
concepts.
I give examples.
So even if they don't develop as characters,
I
they
set
can
up the
factor
thing.
into the arcs of their enemies.
Please don't
To
get
turn
one
that
guy.
into a more qualitative statement, the formula isn't inherently worthless, even if some of the results can be generic. A quick look at the unlocalized titles shows how unspecific a number of these projects were conceptualized to be. A super decisive battle for Earth. The incredible strongest versus
Very
strongest.
intense music.
Galaxy at the brink. The super incredible guy. Ah yes, the super incredible guy. Not to be confused with any of the other average incredible guys. None of them have ever put the galaxy at the brink before. That said, just because the DBZ movies had some generic premises doesn't mean that they, or other properties, couldn't make a story centered around a film-exclusive antagonist work. I mean, hell, Broly was such a popular side character that Dragon Ball Super reimagined him. So, clearly some things worked.
I also like with that point I made there that, like, yeah, like the original Japanese titles for a lot of the Dragon Ball Z films are not very specific. Like in the English localization, they, you know, usually the movies are referred to by whatever the antagonist is. And I think that's a much more effective way of, you know, advertising it. But, like, I do like how I made the point about, like, yeah, these are kind of some generic premises, but, like, that's also not really a qualitative statement to say that, because different people like different movies more. So there is no, like, one is objectively better than the other, or that sort of thing.
Let's say you...
So it's, again, like, kind of a minor point, but is also kind of representative of the video in miniature, that, like, yeah, these videos all might, or not videos, these movies might have all had kind of a similar generic kind of premise, but they all do it differently. They have different antagonists, and, you know, the fights progress in slightly different ways. It's like, and yeah.
Want a little more out of your movie leads, though. Another way to write a script like this is to introduce not just an original villain, but an original protagonist as well.
A little bit of
Since these
static
movies
in the
are
audio.
non-canon, and thus unable to make much, if any, meaningful permanent change.
Right. So, like, with the static in the audio there, it wasn't too bad there, so I left that bit in. But one of my recordings, I really did have an issue where, like, most of the audio was, like, it would have static. Like, there was some sort of, I don't know, interference if, like, there was, like, if it wasn't fully plugged in or some sort of issue, but I had to go back and re-record some lines. Yeah, this is definitely a video that was years in the making, both in terms of the way I wrote the script, and then also, like, even if the editing was in a much shorter time frame, it's still, like, it took me this long to make the video, so I might as well, like, not be lazy about it.
Changes to the main cast. The addition of a new character who can actually progress offers a wider range of stories that can be told. This keeps the core players in a similar role, only instead of contrasting the enemy, they become a pivotal influence on the protagonist's ideals, as well as a force through which those ideals are carried out. The only DBZ movies to actually take this approach are Movie 3, Tree of Might, and Movie 13, Wrath of the Dragon, and that alone makes them standouts from the rest. Neither Icarus nor Tapion would be considered the main character of their respective films, but they each form a dynamic with a pre-existing member of the cast and play pivotal roles in the stories that unfold.
I kind of thought when I wrote this part that I would get some people, maybe it's just because the video didn't blow up, I thought I'd get some people in the comments being like, why are you calling Icarus a protagonist in movie 3? It's fucking Icarus. And it's like, you know, I feel like for movie 3 specifically, you know, the movie starts where they're, like, camping in the forest and there's a fire, and they save the animals, notably Icarus, and then, you know, use the Dragon Balls to, like, save the environment. And I feel like Tree of Might as a movie does a lot with, like, you know, respecting the planet and life on the planet, and it kind of has like a by way of Dragon Ball Z, like, environmental message that, like, the antagonists, they come to the planet, and with, like, the Tree of Might, they suck all the life away from it and use that power for themselves. Whereas, like, you know, Goku wins the battle at the end of the day, you know, he does, like, the Spirit Bomb, which collectively takes energy from the planet, but then, like, gives it back. Like, it's to defend the planet, not to use it. Yeah, and the way that Icarus kind of works as a character that is, like, a manifestation of the environment that they're saving. Because, you know, forms a connection with Gohan in a very similar way that, like, Tapion and Trunks do in Wrath of the Dragon. And then also, when they're fighting Turles, right? I think I got the character right. You know, the imposter Goku. And then, like, it's like a nature versus nurture moment where, yes, it might be kind of aping from the the fight against the Saiyans where Gohan turns into the Ozaru, and so it might be taking that nature versus nurture conflict from the main series, but then it's like Turles is very insistent that like, oh, Gohan's gonna turn into the Ozaru, and his nature is gonna take over and he's gonna destroy everything. But then Icarus flies in to kind of repay the favor from the start of the movie, and he like reaches the humanity in Gohan. So it's like, it's not the nature that but I guess that the nature in this case is not like environmental nature, like the plants and fucking, I don't know what I'm saying. But yeah, like the protagonists, they save Icarus in the burning forest, and then he comes back later to stop Gohan from rampaging, and then they're able to move on with the fight and eventually defeat Turles. So it's like, I think that's enough to qualify as being a movie original protagonist. Not like protagonist as in main character, but, fighting on the side of the heroes. I think that counts.
They might not develop much as characters between their arrival and departure, but they give these journeys a bit more weight when it comes time to punch the bad guy.
I do think it would be really interesting to, like, make a video on Tree of Might about, like, oh, it's about environmentalism. Maybe not that it's about environmentalism, but it has kind of that spin to its message. Or narrative, and then just like, what would the power scalers think? What would DBZ fans think of me saying that Tree of Might has environmentalism elements? I just think it'd be funny.
Because while their additions may have distinguished the journey to the climax...
Because, like, I feel like it would be a combination of some people would be like, oh, that's interesting, I've never thought about that. And then some people telling me that I'm overthinking it, which I do overthink a lot of things.
General focus on Goku and the gang during the final battle remains intact. I mean, Goku's gotta do the Dragon Fist.
It's on the poster. It's in the original title. There's gotta be a Dragon Fist.
They marketed the movie on a technique that gets a minute of screen time.
Fortunately for this project, just as things
I do think it's very funny, like, imagining going to the theaters and it's like, the poster of the movie is like, oh, Dragon Fist explosion. It's like, yo, let's go see Goku do the Dragon Fist. And it's like, what's the Dragon Fist? It's not a thing that he had done. But at least then, like, in marketing the movie through the technique, it's more specific than a lot of the other movie titles, so I can give it credit for that. I just think it's a very funny thing to think about. Like, oh, we're going to the movies to see Goku do a Dragon Fist. Don't know what it is. So that's why we go to see the movie, I guess.
Of screen time.
Fortunately for this
But yeah,
project,
it's there for like
just
a
as
minute
things
at most.
Didn't begin with Dragon Ball, they didn't end with Dragon Ball either. Other examples of this structure include Bleach, Memories of Nobody, Hunter x Hunter, Phantom Rouge, the first two My Hero Academia movies, a bunch of One Piece films, and so on. My personal favorite iteration on this formula is Naruto, since the concept of an action hero imparting his will on another character falls right in line with Talk no Jutsu. This means that most installments can easily capture the spirit of the main story, a feat which other franchises can struggle to replicate. Though regarding
Stone of Galel gets the distinction of possibly having the coolest depiction of Genjutsu in the anime. The moment with Itachi and Kakashi on, like, the water is also, like, that's really cool, too. But, like, I showed it at the beginning, where it's, like, the colors get all trippy and they're in, like, a void. I feel like the Itachi Kakashi one kind of goes for, like, an inverted sort of aesthetic. And, I mean, both are really interesting.
those original characters,
Yeah.
an interesting shift happens over time. For the first three movies, the protagonists are a jaded older woman, a young boy, and a father-son duo.
Oh, right. Also, just because, like, this movie, there's a lot of tidbits or observations that I didn't put into the video because they would have just distracted from it.
Characters,
This
an
scene
interesting
has
shift
the
happens over
distinction of, so, like, the premise of Blood Prison is that like Naruto, he goes to prison, and there's a character there who I think it's like a male, like it's exclusively like a prison for men, but there is a cross-dressing girl who is there as well and kind of trying to do her own thing. So like Naruto almost dies, she saves him, they meet up, and then Naruto's like, oh, are you I think the word he uses in Japanese is okama, which is a hard word to translate. But yeah, just like, are you like, oh, like, are you a cross-dresser? Like, but it's like, no, it's the character is doing it specifically for the means in the movie. But in the dub, in the dub that he uses, in the dub, Naruto asks the character if they're a transvestite, which is like, it's rough. You know, that might have been a word that was more accurate, and there might be like older trans people who might, you know, like fucking Rocky Horror Picture Show has a song with that word in the title, and like, so it had different meanings at different times, but it's just like, for a scene that caught me totally off guard watching the movie, I'm just like, what? Okay. For the first 3 movies, the protagonists are a jaded older woman, a young boy, and a father-son duo. But after the time skip, suddenly the Shippuden installments feature female Ivankov
leads who
lookalikes.
all have varying degrees of a romantic
Naruto's
undercurrent
in prison,
with the
believe
Knucklehead
it.
Ninja. Shippuden the movie even ends with a joke where the main girl asks, "Want to help me pass on my power to the next priestess?" The other characters blush in the background, but Naruto, the adorable goof, is like, sure, I'll help you. I understand why this wasn't the case for the projects where Naruto was a literal child, although he's still only like 16 here. But I'm
Why is
amused
she
by the
bootleg
sudden shift.
Hinata?
I don't know who at Shueisha or Studio Pierrot was responsible for this.
I'm realizing watching this video on stream is actually kind of dangerous because there's a lot of little observations I don't make about the movies in the video itself because it just would have detracted, like, you know, I tried to make it as like succinct and streamlined as possible. So it's like in watching it back, I'm like, oh, I want to make an observation about this movie. I want to make an observation about this movie. And it's like, that's not really what the goal of this stream is. I'm just trying to talk about the making of the video and the craft and stuff. I don't want to turn it into like, it's already a 45-minute video. I don't want to spend like 3 hours talking about all the little references. But maybe that's something I can do as like a Twitch stream sometime. Like, I wouldn't necessarily have to watch the video back to do that, but you know, I did the tier list like a year before I made this video or something, but I hadn't seen all the movies that I included in this video, so I could probably do that again. Maybe the screenplay writer, maybe the director, maybe Kishimoto himself. But were they trying to convince viewers that Naruto is a heartthrob? Did they really think they could just brainwash the audience into projecting onto their self-insert movie characters? Or onto Naruto himself? This bit.
Oh god, I'm becoming a bad media critic. Make it stop! Make it stop! I've been at this script for too long. But I don't care about these original characters, some people
No,
might
I'm not
object.
gonna put it
If
on
I'm gonna
2
watch
times
a movie
speed.
from a series I like, I want to see some recognizable faces. Well, conveniently enough, there's one more approach. On rare occasions, the creative team will scoff at the notion that they can't impact the source material and choose an already established figure as the main lead. This might not sound too dissimilar from the first format I discussed,
I
but
still
the
find
key difference
Naruto
in
movie
my
1
eyes
odd.
is the attempt
It implies
to
there are
challenge
theaters in
something
the
within
original universe, which was never once implied. I mean, I don't know.
figure as
It's not
the
really
main
something
lead.
I thought
this
about,
might not
I
sound
guess.
too
It's an
dissimilar from the
interesting
first
point.
format I discussed, but the key difference in my eyes is the attempt to challenge something within the protagonist beyond their battle strength. They're not just fighting the antagonist, they're also fighting themselves.
Coincidentally, Naruto Shippuden, The Will of Fire, I think that was like my least favorite Naruto movie. It doesn't have like an original protagonist, and it kind of goes for something else, and the narrative just didn't click with me at all.
As an example, the second Bleach film, Diamond Dust Rebellion, centers on popular side character Toshiro Hitsugaya as he confronts a specter from his past. He cuts everyone off and tries to atone for this grudge himself, but in the end, Ichigo convinces him to accept the help of others, drawing parallels to his own journey with grief. So while yes, the villain of the story does get defeated in a climactic showdown, the way he reflects on Hitsugaya's character isn't static. Even if it's a slight change, slight enough as to not bear mentioning in the anime proper, Hitsugaya does change during the film. Some more
I think that point as well, it maybe even could have been something that but I was trying not to really make, like, as many qualitative judgments in this video. But the point I made there about, like, Hitsugaya changing during the course of the film, you know, I feel like it doesn't, like, for these movies, I feel like what some people look for is, like, oh, I want to see the main characters, like, be challenged and like, develop over the film in a way that impacts the main series. And it's like, I think there are ways for, like, to me, it's more important that, like, the focal character has something to do during the film. And I don't, like, the way, like, I guess the way I approach it is, like, I already know that this is a filler movie and it's not going to impact the main series. So rather than criticizing it under that framework, which isn't, like, a framework it's going for, like, I just want the film to tell its own narrative and, like, so, like, in that case, if it focuses on Hitsugaya, I want Hitsugaya to, like, do something in the movie. And so, like, even if the change over the course of the film obviously wouldn't affect his character in the main series because, you know, it's filler, I'm more concerned with just, like, yeah, tell an interesting, self-contained story in your film, and I'll probably give it a thumbs up.
distinct instances of this style would be the second Gintama movie and Naruto Road to Ninja. In both, the big bad isn't a new character, but rather a warped mirror image of the hero that exists in an alternate reality. The former plays with time travel, while the latter uses a genjutsu-esque illusion. The Gintama example likewise builds on Gintoki's tendency to carry all his burdens himself, while Road to Ninja examines what life would be like
I loved
if
making
Naruto
all
and
these little
Sakura's
connections.
roles were reversed. It's an interesting film.
That scene
And it embodies
exists.
a potential drawback to this type of storytelling.
So, like, with Road to Ninja, the characters are all under a genjutsu, or at least Naruto and Sakura are. So, like, all of the characters are, like, inverted versions of themselves. So, like, Sasuke, who's usually very aloof and kind of brooding, is, like, he's, like, a womanizer. I think with Rock Lee, I think the intent was that Rock Lee is very chivalrous, so they turned him into, like, the opposite of chivalry, where he's, like, a pervert, and, it wasn't a joke I was a fan of, but, they sure did have a vision.
To tell the narrative it wants to tell and develop the cast as it sees fit, character regression is very much a thing. Sakura's familial conflict, for instance, felt more in line with her Part 1 characterization than Part 2. It's not quite a selfish orphans level of backtracking, but her making light of Naruto's upbringing to any degree was a character flaw that got ironed out fairly early into the series. Then again, because this is a Shippuden movie that also works with Naruto's perspective on family, I'm not sure how the writers could have made this work at an earlier point in the timeline.
You know, honestly, I'm thinking about this, and, like, maybe if I don't want to do a video giving my thoughts on all the movies, because some of them I have less to say about than others, maybe I could just make it like a stream series where it'd be more off the cuff. There'd be less pressure of, like, I want to voice everything I say correctly because I'm, like, putting it into a main channel video or anything. And then it's like I could, you know, there wouldn't be any pressure that, like, I have to talk equally about the films, and it would give me, like, something to do for live streams. Does that sound interesting to anybody? would you listen to a stream where I'm just like, okay, this one I'll talk about the Naruto movies, this one I'll do the Bleach movies. I'm not confident that that would make for like a good video, like even trying to script out all my opinions on the individual movies. But maybe I could do it as like a stream, and then there's less pressure on me.
And that thought process relies on what is probably
Or
a
segments
false
within
assumption
streams?
that they would have had the
Okay.
freedom to adjust those details in the first place. Character designs, special abilities, and plot details must, at least to some extent, reflect and promote the ongoing anime material. Because again, that's what these movies are first and foremost created to do. In some cases, they even foreshadow new techniques from the manga that haven't gotten adapted to anime yet. Like when Goku does a false Super Saiyan transformation in Lord Slug, or when Luffy uses an unofficial Gear 2 in the giant mechanical soldier of Karakuri Castle. These examples also highlight a recurring narrative element, plot recycling. This can be similar to the retellings I mentioned before, but the act of repurposing material can be a bit broader and looser in application. For instance, the first Dragon Ball movie might have an original antagonist and a few other new elements, but the main point of the film is to retell the opening arc of the manga. In contrast, the driving force of Hunter x Hunter Phantom Rouge is its original narrative. Some of that material, like Killua's conflict with his older brother, seems derived from his character arc in the main series. But calling
Guess
it a
I was content to
reimagining
just
of
leave
any
that
particular
little
story arc is just
stumble
incorrect.
take in.
The Phantom Troop is there, but nothing else about the film imitates Yorknu. Killua's development is reminiscent of Chimera Ant, but it's obviously not that either. So where does one draw the line between a bit of plot recycling and a full-on retelling? How many changes need to be made? By my own logic, couldn't the mishmash of arcs in the third Dragon Ball movie be deemed too unfaithful to depict the story arcs it borrows from? My answer is that plot recycling serves less as a separate category and more so a storytelling tool that overlaps these different structures. Oh, and in case this needs clarifying, the implication isn't that plot recycling is an inherently bad thing. Between all the movies I watched, there were plenty of original stories that failed
This is
to
a
hook
section
me.
of editing I
Whereas
remember
the more
liking.
derivative Phantom
Just,
Rouge
like,
was
take
pretty
a bunch of
alright.
action
So we've outlined
cuts
potential story
and slap 'em
structures,
together.
But what about the contents within?
Match
if there's
cut.
a trend, surely that trend has spawned some tropes. Well, for starters, there's the obligatory series recap for people who might not be familiar with the main story. The goal is to promote the franchise to a wider audience, after all, so it's important to include all the necessary context for new viewers to understand. This involves reintroducing the cast and flashing back to foundational moments, but it has to be done quickly and simply to avoid bogging things down, to the point where newcomers can only get the most basic idea of who these people are.
But I respect the hell out of One Piece Film Gold for just throwing Spandam in there for some reason just to get his shit kicked in. They didn't have to do that, but they were real for it.
Like in the first Kinnikuman movie, after the bad guys fight Suguru and kidnap his girl.
It's kind of like in One Piece Film Red where, I don't remember, is it St. Charlos? Is that his name? He just shows up in Film Red for some reason and then just gets wrecked. Yeah, some of these movies, it's like, I don't know what you're cooking, but, you know, you're getting the awful people characters getting beaten up, and I just think that's neat.
The other Chojin just show up immediately? Were they standing off screen watching their
hard
friend get
subbed
beaten
footage.
up? Were they stuck in traffic? The image is funny to think about, but what were they doing? How did they know he needed help so soon?
It's a low effort edit meme for a low effort joke.
It was so bizarre seeing things play out that straightforwardly with no attempt to explain anything. But clearly the formula hadn't become a formula yet, otherwise the writers would have approached it the same way basically every film following it does, with some kind of reasoning. Here, it's just taken for granted. They're there because they're popular in the source material. And let's not forget that fans of the original will be watching along too. Hence why these movies are also full of equally obligatory cameos from the main series. Can't have a Bleach movie without the Gotei 13. It's not Hunter x Hunter if Hisoka isn't there.
Sasuke!
The intent is to strike a balance, to offer a highlight reel to seasoned viewers while at the same time appealing to a broad audience. But the result sorta alienates everyone in one way or another. If you don't recognize the cameos, you're just watching randos jump in and out of conflicts
Kenpachi.
with next to no explanation.
I knew immediately when I wrote that line that I was gonna use the clip of Kenpachi from movie 1, because it's like they're doing the final battle and then Kenpachi literally just drops out of the sky like, you can't leave me out of a fight, and it's great.
And if you're already a devoted
But it's also like, if you're watching Memories of Nobody and you've never seen Bleach, like, you know, hypothetically, like, if you're in the theater and it's like the movie is trying to reach people, like, a broader audience, not just people who, not just manga readers or anime watchers, then, like, you don't know who Kenpachi is, but he just drops out of the sky and starts fighting people, and it's like, it's just so funny, and
randos
it's
jump
good.
in and out of conflicts with next to no explanation. And if you're already a devoted fan, you have to put up with all the rehashed exposition. Not to mention risk seeing your favorites outright mischaracterized.
Okay, this is the
In
one time I get
Piece,
negative.
The Cursed Holy Sword, for example,
Or at least the one time I can remember.
Zoro turns on the Straw Hats to align with a childhood friend for the majority of the movie, completely ignoring the fact that Zoro is Luffy's best friend and the last person who would even think of betraying the crew. On top of that, he refers to Sanji by name, something which he has never done in canon over 25 plus years of serialization. I don't like that.
Yeah, One Piece movie 5 is, it barely feels like a One Piece movie to me. Like, I don't think there are a lot of movies that I had a very negative opinion on. There's like Hunter x Hunter: The Last Mission, which I'm biased, I'm a Hunter x Hunter fan. And like One Piece movie 5, like, you know, what I said about Zoro and like the referring to Sanji by name, which is like, it feels like it doesn't get the characters. Like, Luffy is kind of boiled down to, he's the loud guy who punches people and eats a lot. The way the conflict kind of concludes, it like, I feel like the like structure of the story almost feels like it would be better suited for like Naruto or Bleach or some other franchise. One Piece X Benizakura. Oh, yeah, no, I guess I didn't think about Benizakura, but yeah, no, it kind of does feel like that. But I think that's kind of why it doesn't work for me. It just doesn't feel very One Piece.
This split between catering to newcomers while also appeasing diehard fans presents a conflict of
But also, like, you know, maybe someone finds that interesting. That, like, yeah, this One Piece movie kind of feels like it's a mash with like an arc of another story. So even if it's like the mischaracterization might not be a problem for someone else, and it might be like, no, I kind of like that movie for just doing something totally random and different. And you know, it's like, I can't argue with someone's opinion. I mean, I can, but like, I can't take their opinion away from them.
interest that exists in all of these movies to some extent. They live and die by the name they're attached
Yeah,
to.
One Piece
Beyond
movie 4 is also peak.
that is the complicated case of continuity. Most of the time, anime original content in a TV series must fit into a relatively clear sequence to avoid breaking the linear path of the source material. Filler movies often take a much looser approach. There will be nods to whatever is most relevant, like new fighting techniques or story events, but that doesn't imply that the story will make any attempt to fit the chronology.
Like, so Phantom Rouge is kind of a different case. Not that I think using it for visuals, like,
Most
invalidates my
often, this
point.
will
But like with Phantom Rouge, like some of the content is, like, I think you'd have to consider it canon, because like Kurapika's backstory, I think, yeah, because there was like a Volume 0 released in Japanese theaters, like, with the release of Phantom Rouge, because Togashi did, like, he published the Kurapika's Memories, the, like, 2-shot, like, backstory chapter, and that is adapted into the film, because Pyro is one of the characters they work with. So, like, Phantom Rouge is a case where it's, like, it does have canon elements, but it is absolutely still, like, you know, movie original antagonist. It tells, like, a filler story. But it's a little more nuanced in that case than just being, like, referencing what's actively happening in the story at that time. But yeah, that'll be one where, like, no matter what, I will talk about the Hunter x Hunter movies in a video, because, you know, it's Hunter x Hunter, and they're both, you know, I have a lot to say.
Involve ripping a selection of characters from whatever they currently have going on and dropping them into the same scenario. Doesn't matter if they're in different locations or locked in the middle of an arc, alive or dead. Those concepts aren't relevant in the movie world. Plot holes? Don't think about it. Some
the
fans
Nensho
enjoy
classic.
speculating about how these projects could fit into an ultimate timeline
Don't
of
think
their
about it.
respective properties, which is an interesting creative experiment, but I've personally never gotten much out of that, save a few laughs.
なんか久々に都会って感じだよな。ここんとこずっとジャングルにいたからね。
Wait, did you just leave Kite to the ants?
Additionally, while there
Like, with that observation in particular, it's like they call attention to it. Like, at the start of the movie, they're like, "Yeah, we've been in the forest for so long, been a bit since we've been to the city," and it's like, so when does this movie take place? Like, did they not meet Pito yet, or did they just leave Kite and, like, yeah, we gotta save Kite, but first we gotta go see Zushi fight in a tournament? Yeah. Like, it's like, I don't care about the like, that doesn't break anything in the movie for me. But it's like trying to think about, like, oh, where do they fit into the timeline? It's like, it can be silly sometimes.
are instances of the original mangaka having input on these.
Like, for me, I'm like, they don't even need to say that they've been, like, you don't, but maybe they do it just to reference what's currently ongoing in the anime at that time. But it's like, I'd be cool if they just didn't call attention to where the story is at the moment. Aside from, like, you know, using, like, new forms and techniques, that's one thing. But, like, when you have a line like that just very openly is, like, referencing the timeline of the story, I'm just like, I don't care if that's not there. I feel like the movie functions the same whether it's there or not.
Projects, even cases where they wrote the screenplay themselves, like with Battle of Gods and Boruto Naruto the movie. The general story structure of those maintain parallels to ones written by other creatives.
I also think
It's
that this is a good point.
worth distinguishing between the two and giving credit where it's due, but there's also merit to including those projects in the conversation.
Just the idea that, like, canon can be inspired by non-canon works.
For example, in the Boruto movie, two villains appear to wreak havoc for the majority of the film, but during the final
if
battle,
not direct
they fuse
inspiration,
into
have
a single,
parallels.
ultra-powerful being. Yes, Kishimoto was involved with the script, but this particular plot development is one that can be found in numerous other works where the original creator had little involvement. The concept of fusions and transformations didn't originate in the movies, of course, but how they're
I like that
utilized,
edit a
as
lot.
well as the frequency of their usage, is worth noting. Many of the older franchise films were less than an hour long, which I'd imagine limited the range of options for late-game plot twists. It doesn't help that so many of these antagonists stand on the sidelines for most of the runtime, which spoils any chance to establish a progressive arc. So to
Yeah, the BoJack example is kind of a weird one. And I think it comes back to, like, what I said earlier, where, like, what I value in a movie is, like, it doesn't have to be canon. I just want it to tell, like, an interesting story, self-contained. But, like, in the case of BoJack, where, like, he doesn't show up until, like, 3/5 of the way into the movie, it's kind of hard to, like, you could probably take something away from, like, whatever sort of concept he represents for the film, but as, like, his own character or, like, narrative conflict, It's just like there's a little less to latch on to.
Keep things streamlined, they could simply make the antagonist more powerful, something that also works to keep emphasis on the action. The same can be seen in a movie like Boruto, so even if it could be considered canon, it's easy to draw comparisons to the non-canon material that came before it. Jujutsu Kaisen Zero is a similar case.
Let's go!
Written prior to the serialization of Jujutsu Kaisen.
So for the record, I was like almost done with the script and was about ready to call it, and then I watched Jujutsu Kaisen Zero, and I was like, wait, holy fuck, this is like a really good representation of like this whole section of the script of like canon and non-canon and like the way the film is structured. Yeah, so Jujutsu Kaisen Zero snuck in under the wire, and yeah, it's a good movie. I like it.
Under the name Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical School, the manga was originally a prototype that would later be rebranded as a prequel. This format puts the story it tells in a unique position.
Right, that was also a detail I didn't know when I watched Jujutsu Kaisen Zero. Like, I knew that it was a prequel, but I didn't know that it was, like, literally written first. Like, it was a separate serialization, a short little series. And then, like, then Jujutsu Kaisen Zero got a proper serialization after that, and then it was made canon to that story afterwards. So I feel like having that context that it was written first definitely recontextualizes some of the stuff that it does in the story. Because I thought it was just like a prequel made after the fact, because I went into it from the anime, which I talk about in the video that it comes out after season 1 aired.
As a prequel. This format puts the story it tells in a unique position, as it can be considered either an introduction to the manga as a whole, or its own side story. The same holds true for the animated version, but the key difference between the two is that the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero movie was adapted after season 1 had already aired. So where the manga would not have alluded to events that hadn't been written yet, the movie fully expects at least some viewers to know the material. In most of these works, the perspective character is the protagonist of the main series, which makes exposition and character reintroductions, information they should already know, feel more arbitrary.
I had fun editing
Jujutsu
this
Kaisen
section
Zero
as well.
is a prequel, though, and the character it follows, Yuta, is meeting this world for the first time. So regardless of which version you're experiencing, or in what order, this story structure necessitates a reintroduction to the setting and key characters, because Yuta's perspective is that of a newcomer. The movie's prequel structure then serves to play on those experienced viewers' expectations and recontextualize content rather than simply regurgitate it, be it spotlighting different sides of characters, exploring untouched details of the setting, or foreshadowing future events. The movie even adds in cameos for Season 1 characters that don't appear in its manga counterpart, like the Kyoto students. It's a canon plotline that fully utilizes the pre-established structure of filler movies to its advantage.
The Jujutsu Kaisen adaptation is like, it's a really good adaptation. Like, not just like, oh, it has pretty Sakuga and the fights and the action animation. Like, on a, like, conceptual level, like the way, like with Jujutsu Kaisen Zero in particular, the way that they, you know, they take the canon, like the story of the manga, and like that gets adapted, but they also have context that the original manga didn't have. So like, and with the way the anime is released, Jujutsu Kaisen Zero comes out as like a bridge between season 1 and season 2. So not only does it like feature cameos from season 1 characters, and like expand on the story a little more to make it like a real action-packed film, but it also then like has little bits of like foreshadowing for season 2. Like there was the cut with Gojo and Geto, which obviously season 2 starts with Hidden Inventory, which is like their flashback. There was also like that one cut with Miwa and Mekamaru, and I wouldn't necessarily say that these two interacting in this scene is like
Utilizes the
foreshadowing for season 2, but just like another instance of like associating these two characters together, knowing like developments that are to come. I just think it's like, yeah, a lot of like very deliberate choices were made with tying the material together. And I think it's like, yeah, I agree. It's very special.
established structure of filler movies to its advantage. That's part of why I've reversed course on my stance from the beginning of this video. Though I certainly wasn't the only person of the mindset that these films weren't worth watching due to their non-canon nature. Sure, there are instances where the absence of the original creator in the production
Fuck you,
leaves a
Pariston.
tangible negative impact on the end result. But
Pariston's presence in the last mission pisses me off.
But that isn't always the case.
But I'll
By
make a proper
prioritizing
video
what's
on that.
canon over what isn't, the actual creative process behind these projects gets thrown aside. And that just misses the point of what art is about. Thrown aside. And
That's a great visual gag, but also just in the movie itself. Yeah, like it's like towards the climactic battle, and Naruto and Sasuke are about to do a fight, and the movie original character's like, "I'll fight too," and Sasuke's just yeets her.
just misses the point of what art
It's just
is
so
about.
Sasuke.
There's a difference between engaging with a work and breaking down its components to assess how they all contribute or fail to contribute to the greater whole, and impersonally checking a filler guide to avoid what doesn't qualify. Some might then suggest that the movies should be canon, and point to adaptations like Mugen Train or Gintama the Final as examples. The former became the highest-grossing film in Japan's history, so that idea definitely works. You know what else made Japan's top 10 box?
I guess I said box office in the line that followed, but maybe could have phrased that a little bit better. Also, fucking Muscle Man. Sometimes I write a script and it's like I didn't like I just then like I said like oh, you know what else made the top 10 box office earnings this decade? And like when I wrote that, I didn't think of how I would deliver it. And then I recorded it and I'm like, oh fuck. This just sounds like a fucking regular show joke.
Box office earnings
I
this
couldn't get
decade,
the image out of my
One
head.
Piece film Red, a story that falls more in line structurally with the standalone film original narratives that preceded it. These movies are not creatively bankrupt when they're not canon. These movies do not have to be manga adaptations to be entertaining or financially successful. Approaching a disconnected side story with an unwavering stance that it has to contribute something to the main plot, that the main character needs to develop and be influenced in some way by the events that unfold, is just subjecting it to a framework it's not even trying to match. You're under no obligation to enjoy these movies when they don't offer an experience you're looking for. But if your standards are as simple as be canon, of course those expectations aren't going to be met. I personally find the aforementioned recurring elements interesting for the through line they provide. Because even if I can point out an overarching structure, that structure is still just a small part of the process. Each franchise has its own unique style, and each film has its own message. Moreover, the staff who worked on these projects all contributed their own creative vision that was then mapped onto this framework.
Right. I think this video also kind of comes across, where like maybe I could have cited some people making the arguments I was trying to like talk about that, like, oh, like if your criteria for the movie is like, I want it to do what a canon story does, like I want it to be canon, then it's like, well, it obviously isn't gonna be canon. There is a particular video that I watched that actually like sums up like it came out around the time that I was starting to work on the script, and I was like, oh, this video is just like everything that like it was like it would have been like the perfect argument to reference as like these are the points I'm arguing against. But I decided not to mention it because like I didn't I said in previous videos that I worry about sometimes referencing other things like that like the argument boils down to like, oh, I'm just responding to this video, or you know, not wanting to like start drama or anything like that. But like, I don't know. Yeah, like on some level, it's like it's probably better to show the thing than not, to give like more substance to like the point that I'm arguing against, and not just creating a straw man. But yeah, I don't know. I try to be respectful, I guess.
So in a
Maybe I
way,
overthink
I
it.
feel like understanding the formula gives me a better appreciation for the spirit of each installment. I know some people will see the similar plot beats and call the stories identical, toss out the claim of lazy or cliched writing, and move on, but that feels like such a surface-level observation. It's similar to how actual shonen battle narratives are criticized for adhering to tropes without any consideration for how or why those tropes are implemented. The iterative nature is part of the ethos of not just the work in question, but also in how previous works inspired it. The movies are able to push this idea forward in a way that canon content can't. Because even if anime productions involve more creative input than just the original mangaka, they still work primarily around the framework of the manga. Tie-in movies
That's another
present
really
an
good, like,
opportunity
match
to
cut, I
construct a
think.
story the framework.
I'm gonna
than
play it
just
back
the
'cause I
original
liked
mangaka. They still work primarily around the framework
Like,
of
just
the
the-
manga.
the-
tie-in movies present an
The
opportunity
visual
to
motion, like Gintoki swinging his sword like this way, and then Hisoka takes the action back the other way. I like that.
construct a story separate from that framework. And that creative environment
It's
can
hard
produce
to
fun
edit
results.
like an entire 40+ minute video with that level of like finding the right clip to match into each other, so then the next clip can match into each other, especially when the clips themselves are like less than 10 seconds, sometimes less than 5.
Basically, it's fan fiction.
I do what I
Stories
can.
connected to an existing property, written and produced from the perspective of artists who didn't make the source. It operates on a much bigger scale compared to what the average individual might post online, but that doesn't prevent it from depicting a similarly unfiltered display of influence.
Oh,
The most-
wait, hold
but that
on.
does much bigger scale.
This was the part of the video when I'm editing it where I'm like, oh fuck, I didn't use any fairy tale footage. When I definitely watched the fairy tale movies and like they were relevant to what I was discussing, I just forgot to reference fairy tale in the edit. So I'm like, quick, throw some clips in.
Compared to what the average individual might post online, but that doesn't prevent it from depicting a similarly unfiltered display of influence. The most notable example of this factor, the specific film that motivated me to pursue this script in the first place, is One Piece Movie 6, Baron Omatsuri and the Secret Island. What makes Baron Omatsuri so special in my
Where it
eyes
all
is
began.
that it's tied to a franchise that matches the ethos of the director working on it. Mamoru Hosoda's own films later specialize in familial narratives, so watching him put his own spin on a series that itself foregrounds a strong theme of found family lends insight to the experience. Not just that, but the character designs, the backgrounds, the use of color, it's all so distinct from any other One Piece media, and you can often only get such a strong stylistic contrast from an isolated project. Similarly, One Piece Film Red uses music to distinguish itself from the rest of the franchise, which offers a unique method of characterization, storytelling, and presentation. Some might see the fanfic comparison as if I'm calling it amateurish or something, but that's not what I'm implying at all. Fanfic is a creative outlet with its own utility and appeal, just like any other, and the same holds true for shonen movies. I have, for the most part until this point, looked at these films from a writing perspective, with only passing mentions of visuals and production. Kinda like most of my videos, huh? Fuck it, new channel arc. MathWiz talks about anime production and videos. Quote me on it. Do not quote me on it. During this script,
Do not quote me on it.
I've mostly written off these films as ignorable at worst.
I'll talk about it where it's relevant, but I'm not going to start cramming, like, anime production into my videos if it's, like, I'm talking about, like, narrative. Unless it's, like, additive.
Because unlike TV series filler...
Which I think that was what I was trying to get at by the, like, the do not quote me on it. I'm not going to make every video about animation. They have no impact on the original adaptation or source material. However, the concern of tie-in projects pulling resources away from and thus degrading the quality of an ongoing anime is not an unfounded one. The most notable example of such a scenario would be Dragon Ball Z, which saw an increase from 1 movie a year to 2 starting in 1990. Following that, the animation teams working on the movies were credited less often in the TV series, so it can be reasonably assumed that their efforts were being redirected to the movies. Talking about, like, the Dragon Ball Z animation is, like, any clip that I would try to use would feel cherry-picked. Like I want to show something that, like, visually represents what I was, like, talking about, but, like, you know, it just was going to be a struggle either way. That, like, yeah, I can't just show a whole episode. Which also shortened the turnaround time for other studios in that production rotation, as they had to take on more work. In this case, one could understandably call the existence of the films a burden on the franchise's quality. If they didn't exist, the TV series would have received more time and care. And maybe that would have made the visual presentation even better, right? That's definitely something I used to assume universally without doing any research, but is that always or even often the case? And if so, are the movies actually the source of the problem? The landscape of the anime industry has changed considerably between 1990 and 2020, and it's important to consider both how the production process has evolved in that time, along with the continued prominence of flawed working conditions. Shonen franchises aren't cranking out 2 films a year like they used to, at least, so that's a plus. Even when Hunter x Hunter did it, it was like Phantom Rouge came out in like January of 2013, and The Last Mission was like the last week of December 2013, which is still 2 films a year, but like it's about as close as you could get to having it, like to not having too many. I don't know what I'm trying to say. This section is definitely, I think, maybe the weakest of the video. Because it's like, you know, I did a lot of, like, digging into, like, animation credits, and, you know, like I said, I referenced the Sakuga blog posts, so, like, you know, I looked into things, but, I still probably could have cited more. I just wasn't, I think, at a point, it was, like, hard to know what to look for even, but that's not an excuse. That's just like I'll get better about like citing things. I remember in AniTube Digest, Shabes had mentioned that like this section feels a lot like it could be backed by more research, because it kind of feels a lot of like, you know, source, trust me. So yeah, it's just, if I talk about anime production again in the future, I'll just try and be more thorough. The endlessly on... Because, like, the main thing I didn't want to do was, like, spread misinformation. And I think it's, like, even if the point I'm making here maybe comes from the right place, it still probably could have been substantiated a little better. Going adaptations of old aren't all that feasible anymore, or desirable depending on who you ask. But one thing they were generally effective at was keeping the core staff together. It's how the One Piece anime has people like Katsumi Tokoro or Kazuya Hisada, who have been with the project essentially from day one with little work elsewhere. The more common practice nowadays for works like My Hero Academia is the seasonal approach. And while that might lead to a more tightly paced adaptation of the story, it doesn't necessarily pay the staff any better. When animators aren't being paid a living wage for their efforts, they're forced to do more, or just burn out from the industry entirely. You know, if they don't die from overwork first. The movies, while attached to the main anime, serve as a separate opportunity. One team of animators handle the TV broadcast, while a second team of animators produce the films, with each project on its own unique schedule. This sometimes leads to an influx of artists who were previously unaffiliated with a franchise, be it for key animation, storyboarding, or something else. Hunter x Hunter: The Last Mission, for example, was directed by Keiichiro Kawaguchi, He hadn't worked on the anime before this, and he didn't work on the anime afterwards. Likewise, there can be a degree of staff overlap between the two, with some artists predominantly shifting their focus from TV to film. Sometimes, the departure or reduced contributions of those artists can cause a shift in the visual style or consistency of the TV adaptation, as is visible in the Frieza arc of DBZ, and that's why certain anime fans condemn the movies for existing at all. They assume a direct correlation between a movie's production and a downgrade in the TV animation's quality. It's a line of thought that presents a clear problem with a clear solution. And the simplicity of that is easy to latch onto. Unfortunately, that simplicity creates a barrier between shonen discourse and the industry at large, one that fails to address the many other problems that plague anime production as a whole. From studios handling multiple projects at a time, to mismanaged production schedules, to animator shortages, the reality is far too nuanced for a single correction to fix. It's not that the movies can't have a negative impact on the production, but rather that they're a small part of a broader management issue. So by throwing all the blame on the movies, the forest gets missed for the trees. While Dragon Ball Z's development did appear to suffer alongside the initial jump from one movie to two in 1990, it eventually rebounded once those absences in the production pipeline were filled, all while the twice-yearly movies were still ongoing.
I think that point in particular is probably the one that could have been better substantiated. Because, like, I said that it rebounded, and, like, I don't know if it's necessarily, like, saying the animation rebounded is the correct way to put it. It might just be that, like, the art direction changed, and, you know, like, they, like, I still find it wild a certain dictator is canon thanks to Fusion Reborn. Yeah, no, Fusion Reborn is a weird movie. Cause like, you know, cause even the footage I use here is not that like the animation improved, but like this
that doesn't justify
is like a Postcard Memories, which that's not like, you know, Sakuga animation. That's just like art direction. You know, it's limited animation, but like with a purpose. So yeah, like, you know, maybe my point even could be accurate, but without like any production notes or interviews to back it up. It's like, yeah, I could have done a little better there. I think the talking about Dragon Ball Z is probably the, you know, if I had to pick a part of the video that I would think is like the biggest flaw or something I would try to rework, it would probably be that.
The corporate greed and callous management that placed an unnecessary strain on their staff. But that aside, if the movies were the core problem, there shouldn't have been an animation rebound, right? My Hero Academia receives similar criticism from fans that also oversimplifies a complex situation. They falsely assumed that if the movies didn't split the staff into two separate teams, all that talent, or at least the most experienced animators, would instead be used to make the manga adaptation better. In theory, you could have a system where the TV series is given a healthier production cycle that could allow animators more opportunities to contribute both to it and the tie-in projects. But that's not the anime industry we have. In reality, if the team producing the movies didn't have those projects to animate, there's a high chance they'd be taking work for completely different shows.
I think this is another section that, like, you know, I can look at animation credits and see people working on other things, but that's not necessarily, like, you know, if I had found, like, some kind of interview or something along those lines for this point, because, like, I don't think it's wrong. Like, I think, you know, in the case of, like, the My Hero Academia movies, for example, so, you know, some people might have moved from this working on the TV anime to the films, and like some of them go back and still do work on the anime, some of them don't. I do think it's a fair point to say that, like, well, just because, like, if you take the movies away,
you know, there might be other reasons that they switched to doing the movies and not working on the TV series. So, like, just taking the movies away doesn't necessarily mean that those animators will stick to doing the thing.
Heck, some of the people on the movies have already contributed to other anime.
But, like, if I had a good example of, like, a source for that, I think this would be stronger.
Remember Gacha? Yuki Hayashi, the chief animation director for Heroes Rising, along with Yutaka Nakamura and a few others credited for key animation, also worked on that music video, among other things.
Like, I do think that's a good point, you know, like, talking about gacha and, like, you know, using gacha as a gotcha. No. That, like, even while working on the movies, some of those people worked on other things. Now, gacha is, like, it's a short, it's like a music video, so it's definitely not on the same scale as, like, a movie or TV anime, but it's still, I think, that's at least an example that I feel like aids the point. Even if it's, like, on its own, it doesn't carry the point.
I could give countless examples of key animators, CGI directors, character designers, all of them working on one franchise project, contributing work to something else, and then returning to the franchise in the same or similar roles.
And I think that line there about, like, I could give countless examples, like, maybe it could come off as hand-wavy, but, like, I could, like, if I wanted to look at the animation staff, like, everyone who worked on every movie and see what they did, it's like, I could do that, but then the video would be, like, bogged down by a ton of examples. So, that was a case where I kind of breezed through it a little bit for the sake of brevity. And I think, like, if I had better substantiated some of the other points surrounding it, I don't think I'd have a problem with this.
Likewise, I could give similar examples of staff leaving the franchise to work on other projects. If you're concerned about big names leaving your favorite TV anime to the point where you blame those other projects, I have to question if you know how creative jobs operate.
Oh, okay, so the visual I used here, granted, Akiyuki Shimbo did not work on Yu Yu Hakusho the movie, but he did work on the TV series of Yu Yu Hakusho. And, like, I think the last episode he's involved with is, like, something in Chapter Black, like the one with the doctor. And, yeah, it's, like, I don't know, it's been a bit since I've looked at, like, his, ANN credits, or my anime list. But, like, that's an example of someone who, like, went on to do something else. I think now I'm getting tired and stopping and pausing too much.
Artists improve their skills over time.
I have been at this for 4.5
hours.
hours.
Their efforts might get recognized and rewarded with bigger production roles. So while yes, a talent like Yuki Hayashi might have been absent from MHA Season 5 to work on World Heroes Mission, that opened the door for other animators to step up and progress their careers. If the movies weren't there, sure, maybe those artists could spend that time on the TV series instead, but maybe they get shuffled into another project the studio is working on. Maybe they leave the franchise entirely and work on a different feature film. Maybe they go do chocolate ads or tokusatsu, depending on what their position is. Sometimes people want to branch out and try something new. Sometimes they want a larger presence in the creative process. If a shonen franchise doesn't present the opportunity, something else will. Mamoru Hosoda left Toei Animation to make his own films. Had he stuck around, sure, maybe we could have gotten more Hosoda One Piece. But it's because he left that we got The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, Mirai, and other movies I've heard are good, but haven't seen myself. My point isn't about prioritizing
That's at least,
what
you know,
I like more.
an example.
It's about letting art and artists evolve over time. Wano wouldn't look as striking as it does if the staff hadn't changed. The Dragon Ball Super films stand out significantly due to their willingness to experiment visually. I'm not saying the average anime fan needs to turn their hobby into homework, but if you're gonna go out of your way to talk about production, the least you could do is some basic research.
I think what I did here would qualify as basic research, at least.
I've made this mistake in the past myself, and
even this discussion is stepping well outside of my common knowledge. But at the same time, it's basically the bare minimum. See, I do think, I kind of said it earlier when talking about this video, but like, if I didn't, like, I could have not talked about anime production knowing that it was so far out of my depth and not something I really study actively, but the video wouldn't have felt the video would have felt incomplete if I didn't talk about it. So, you know, I did the best that I could at the time. And it's like, yeah, there's definitely still things I could have been better at. I can only really just try and be better in the future. I'm only scratching the surface here. There are so many different
So, like, yeah, I poked at this section a lot about, like, you know, could have been more sources, but I'm still, like, still proud of myself for trying, you know, like, trying to step out of my comfort zone and trying to learn a little bit more and not just spread blatant misinformation. Hopefully none of what I said here is misinformation. But, I mean, if it is, then I'll still just try to be better.
To consider. Bottom line.
And, you know, it's another case of, like, if someone, you know, corrects me, like, actually, no, here's this source that says this point you made here is wrong, then, like, you know, then I'll correct it.
Filler movies aren't the problem. A broken industry is the problem. So, after picking apart the mechanics and the production, the question still remains. Are these movies worth watching?
Now for the conclusion.
My answer to that isn't a clear yes or no, as it depends on a few factors. For one thing, I'm someone who usually doesn't have a problem with flimsy film logic if it's in service of a bigger idea I like, but some people are bothered by that. My case for Hosoda's One Piece might fall flat to someone who feels as though that plot forces the Straw Hats to act out of character. On the flip side, some people might care less about themes than I do, so
and then
long
the
as
music
there's a
gets
fun
really
fight
quiet
scene.
for
So while
copyright.
I might write off certain action dominant.
But, like, I edited this, like, this was, like, really down to the wire, and, like, I was gonna post the video the next day, I think, or that day, and, like, the music in this section got hit for copyright, but I had edited it so closely to the music that I couldn't really just change the track without wanting to completely tweak the visuals, and, you know, I was just, like, I had a deadline I wanted to hit, so, in this case, I kind of just let it go and just made the music quieter, and it's, like,
films for
you
being
know,
one-dimensional.
it is what it
Someone
is.
else might love it for that. It depends not only on how the viewer feels about each particular franchise, but also what they value out of that franchise. I, for instance, would rather watch an average Naruto film
Like, I can
than an
hear
average
it
fairy
a little
tale
bit, but
film,
I don't know if it picks
because
up
I
on
just
stream.
like the cast and storytelling of Naruto more. I also generally ended up enjoying the Naruto films based on their ability to capture the core of the series. Talk no Jutsu is vital to the main narrative, and in the movies, there's almost always an original character who Naruto serves to motivate. As such, his supporting role as a guard or escort in each conflict doesn't undermine the themes or appeal of his personality. Conversely, one might think that...
Yeah, what I like about that point is, you know, I didn't really have to talk about what, like, I think that point is made better. Like, I feel like if I had said, like, you know, I found this narrative through line in the Naruto films, and so I just observed that it was there and included that in the video, and saying that I liked that trend. That doesn't mean that I liked every movie's iteration of that. But, like, if I had stopped to be like, this movie's good, but this movie's not good, I feel like it would have just undermined the point I was making. That, like, you know, here's this interesting thread that even if I don't like this movie, it still has this interesting thread.
The Hunter x Hunter films have an edge, since they're connected to my favorite anime. But that's an example where comparing them to the main series makes them weaker in my eyes. I don't recommend you watch everything I did unless you're also overly obsessed with shonen action media, but I would recommend not writing the whole concept off. Some of these use the tropes and structure in a cool way. Some are just straight up good movies beyond any formulaic caveats. That said, This isn't a why you should watch shonen movies video. If nothing I said here changed your mind, that's fine. What mostly brought me here was my own curiosity. Why did so many people go out of their way to watch My Hero Academia 2 Heroes at an anime convention? Suffice to say, that question led me down a deeper rabbit hole than I anticipated. I expect to get quite a few comments along the lines of, these movies are all the same, or they're only enjoyable on a surface level. And to an extent, I agree. I didn't really get many of those comments, honestly. I think that was an assumption where, like, when the video leaves the target audience, comments like that tend to pop up more. But I think this one was pretty contained. I'd say a majority of the stuff I watched for this project ranged from decent at best to outright trash. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't find a few gems. And then, like, using Sacred Star of Milos kind of just because, like, I needed a visual reference there. Sometimes simple is fun, though, and not every piece of media
so
needs
it's like
to
that
be
was
a
kind of an example, I guess, of me, like, hey, this is a movie I didn't really like, but I didn't dwell on it, I guess.
Changing experience. At the end of the day, people worked on this stuff, and I don't control trends in the industry. If these films can help animators, composers, voice actors, and other creators put food on the table, then they at least deserve some of my respect. Worst case scenario, I'll have watched a bad movie. Not a big deal. The least I could do is give them a shot. I do like using that Luffy at the end. Give them a shot. Cause like the reason I chose that clip at the time is cause it was, wrapping up the edit, and it just felt very indicative of like how I felt at the time of like, this video was a journey to make, but I fucking did it. And just that shot of Luffy at the end of Baron Omatsuri felt very, like, triumphant, I guess. I don't know. It fit the mood I was feeling at the time. And with that, we're done. No more videos to watch. That is the history of my channel. So yeah, thank you to everybody for tuning into this one. Once again, one final time, follow me on Twitch if you're interested in me doing more stuff like this. It's in the description of this video, and I was promoting it. I'll be back with more videos when I make them in the future. Hopefully it won't be another 1.5 years until the next one comes out. But yeah. I had a lot of fun doing this. It was definitely like, I was a little intimidated to stream to the YouTube channel, but I'm glad that I did it. I'm just trying to be more proactive this year, I guess. But yeah, I'm going to end it there and not drag this out. Thank you, everybody, once again, and I'll see you whenever the next video happens. Oh, wait, hold on, I'm not in the right window. Okay, bye-bye.